all of this. They are dancing in the pubs of Dublin. Harrington with an ace.
And we have a shining star at sunset. Rory continues his run to greatness.
The return to glory.
Hello and welcome to County Sligo Golf Club. The Easter weekend has concluded and that means one thing. The 2026 Connolly Motor Group West of Ireland Amateur Open Championship final round is just about to kick off. We are here, 120 players started off the week. Storm David had his way with round two. That left us with 64 players in match play, and from 64 we are down to 2. Michael, welcome to the County Sligo Golf Club. Your first time here on the course?
Yeah, first time here, and before we get into our two kind of main protagonists, the course is a huge character in this. One of those ones where it's on everyone's bucket list, and you don't really know what it's like until you get here. And we're looking down the first, and it's just, this is going to be some battle.
It is indeed. So it is just 11 minutes or so now to our tee off. We have, as you were alluding to, two protagonists who, I guess this is what we call the seasoned vet versus the young gun, teenager versus not a teenager. Is that how we're going to call him today?
I think Colm's the one who's got the experience. He's the seasoned one. I think he really wants this one bad. Listen, he's done so much in the game and won so much. This would be a nice little gem in his crown. And then on the other side, you've got, young guy coming up straight out of Roganstown. Mark Cadden, looking to steal one. Last year we had a teenager steal it in Dillon. It can happen. For some reason we always talk about this tournament being, you need experience on the grind and the weather and the wind. But there's been the young lads have played really well, not last year, but also this year. Out of the 4 semi-finalists, we had 3 young lads in it. So, listen, if the bookies' favourite probably has Colm, probably would be fair in as a favourite, but it's far from that. I think this is going to be tight, and it could really go either way.
Yeah, Colm Campbell is of course a match play aficionado. He loves it. He's represented Ireland at home internationals. He's done pretty much everything you can do when it comes to amateur golf, particularly when it comes to match play. But he has spoke previously before about how this is one that he really wants. And I think, going into it, you have to say he's probably favourite. The championship so far has thrown everything at us. Jonathan Keane had a blistering first round of qualifying stroke play, 5 under par, where everyone else really was struggling to break par. It was an immaculate golf from all accounts. To then round 2, Storm Dave came in and kind of threw a little bit of a spanner into the works. The weather was a little iffy going into the week, but it really kicked off there for round 2. I
think that the biggest thing was, they tried to get it played, and they'd even started the second round, but balls weren't even staying on the green. The winds were so bad, and I think that's when they made the tough decision, and brave decision, I guess you can argue in many ways, but to get rid of to cancel out the second round. But I mean, there's one thing to battle the wind up here in Sligo, but if a ball's not staying on the green, it was a bit mad. So they just had the one round then of qualifying. Yeah,
a championship like this doesn't just come together. So a little bit earlier on this morning, as the semi-finals were going on, I was talking to David O'Donovan, the general manager, about how the week was going, the lead into it, as well as how much of a factor the Storm David was in round 2. David O'Donovan, another busy Connolly Motor Group. David O'Donovan, another busy Connolly Motor Group West of Ireland Amateur Championship. How's the week been so far?
It's been a brilliant week. One okay, the weather hasn't played its part, but you know what? The quality of golf has. We kicked off here on Wednesday with the pre-qualifier and it went really, really well. And we got into Friday, and okay, Friday we got through Friday, and then Storm Dave came. It had to be named Storm Dave with the weekend that was in it. But no, it went very, very well. I have to say, we were delighted with everything about the event. We've got 2 brilliant semi-finals on out there at the moment. I think they're very close after 9 holes. And, you know, whoever gets to that final is going to be a worthy winner after a tough week's golf in tough conditions, but typical Easter weekend conditions in the west of Ireland.
Your namesake there, you mentioned, did cut a little bit of havoc on day 2, but how much of an impact did that have in terms of like reshuffles or getting into the knockout side of the game?
Yeah, for us, I suppose the logistics side is the tough part because of the fact, you know, we started to play because of the fact we were perfectly able to play golf on Saturday morning. So we kicked off play as we did at 7:30 a.m. and unfortunately the weather just got so bad at 2 o'clock we had no choice but to take the players off the golf course. I think on 4 of the greens the balls were moving, so it left us with no choice. And I think we were very blessed the fact that we had pre-warned the players on Thursday night, so we'd emailed all the players on Thursday night to inform them of the situation that was probably coming down the road on Saturday afternoon. So look, there was a few disappointed, but in fairness, if everyone knew that going out on Friday morning, this was a 1-round qualifier, go out and play our best as a 1-round shootout. And, you know, they did that, and the scoring was excellent and in tough conditions again.
And then match play, as match play does, brought in some very big names and very big results as well. Some of the big names been knocked out so far, and it's looking like it's, you know, 3 of the 4 are youngsters, 2 teenagers in the mix in the semi-final so far.
Yeah, 2 teenagers in the first match who will go head to head there this morning, and then the kind of seasoned campaigner in Collie Campbell against man up the road, Cian Harkin from Letterkenny. So I think that'll probably draw a bit of the crowd down from Donegal this morning, and I'd say they'll be looking at it and see how the scores are going when we leave the house, come down if he's in the final. But you know, it's been very good. I suppose there was a few surprise results yesterday. Look, on the local front, Aegon Brady was there, and look, for crowds and for atmosphere and for us as a club, we would have loved to see Aegon getting through to this morning. And you know, the car park would be probably 3 times. We need to fill it 3 times. But look, there's 4 very good golfers there. I suppose Caelan Rafferty was a bit of a shock yesterday losing. I'd spoken to Caelan on the evening before, and you know, his game was in good shape. I watched him play a couple of holes yesterday morning and he was good, but he just basically didn't happen for him in the afternoon. But that's the way it goes. That's golf, and you know, it's match play. It's man against man, and in fairness, you know, we can play it in any conditions, no matter how windy it is. So there was never a stage where it was a tough wind yesterday with, you know, guys hitting 3 woods and whatever to par 4s, but we were able to play golf because it was man against man, which, you know, there wasn't a card in their hand, which made it a little bit easier for us, I suppose.
And so we're leading into the final now. We don't quite know who's going to be taking up those final 2 spots. But what we do know is that there's a little bit of conditions coming in the afternoon. How different to regular conditions will the final be in terms of like wind, rain, that type of thing? I
don't think there'll be a whole lot. There's a good breeze here this morning, and I don't think that'll change much in the afternoon. There's talk of a few odd showers, but nothing like we thought it would be when we looked at it a week ago. So I think we're going to be okay. It definitely won't be as bad as last year, and I don't think anything will be as bad as last year. So I think we're going to be lucky, and you know, hopefully the crowds get out this afternoon and watch whoever's in that final. It'll be a great final.
So, as you're saying, we're pretty well au fait with Colin Campbell, but let's talk about Mark Cadden, the youngster in this duo, and his journey to the Connolly Group West of Ireland Amateur Open Championship final. He's gone through some big names as well as playing very well throughout the qualifying stroke play. Obviously, he got the better of fellow teenager and good friend Alex Cairns. He won that one 3-2.
They know each other very well.
3-1, apologies.
They know each other very well. They've played all the way up together, so it was a little bit of both of them knowing each other's game a lot.
Yeah, and so even within that, Alex Cairns went through Jonathan Keane, who we said was leading qualifier, and Jonathan played very well in the early stages of the match play. But Mark Cadden went through, you know, we were talking about match play specialists. Mark Cadden went through probably the match play specialist at the moment in Cian Rafferty.
Yeah, like in that semi-final, you're talking about someone who's probably the biggest name in amateur golf, our career Grand Slam, as he's won all of them, a big favourite for this year, and you know, he did. He beat him and beat him quite well. Played very well in that. I think that's what's kind of a big surprise.
Yeah, beating Keelan Rafferty 6-5 is no small feat whatsoever.
No, not at all.
Especially when you look at it and consider that in the quarterfinals, he went through local favourite Egon Brady, Sligo man. So
there was a lot of people out and watching that, and he spoke in interviews before how he actually thrived under the amount of people that were out, and himself and his coach and his guy were just kind of, let's go and try and show off. So if we're looking at someone, he's knocked out a favourite, he's knocked out a legend. Like, he's only got one more to go. Yeah, he's still got it's a big task ahead of him, but he's proven that it can be done.
And I also really like that in an interview he did post round going into the final, he on Notion FM, he said, I won't Colm Campbell. I want to go into this as an underdog. I want that pressure. I want this championship final. And you can see here now that both players are on the tee, and you can hear the announcers are about to bring the players onto the tee box. So I'm going to hand you over to her.
So just before we get in, so people who don't know, in the white hat standing there, that is Colm Campbell, and then on the tee in the black hat is Mark. So just in case you didn't know who they were, just as we're watching.
Looks like Mark's going to be teeing off first as well.
The backdrop here, Johnny, is absolutely beautiful. This vista for this tee box is, and you can just see pretty much all in that background.
So yeah, they're just kind of going through the formalities here ahead of the championship.
We spoke about before. There's the green jackets of Sligo Golf Club. It's I say it's very Augusta-like.
It is very
a lot of their dignitaries in their jackets. You gotta love the little bit of tradition that's sprinkled everywhere.
Yeah, it's an appropriate week to have green jackets out and about. So for this hole, the first hole here at County Sligo Golf Club, it's called Greenlands. From the tees here, playing 398 yards from the championship tees. Mark Cadden, first to play. Driver in hand. Starting on the right hand side toward the bunkers, and might just finish between the two bunkers. It does. Carries the first bunker on the right hand side there. 289 yards to reach the second bunker on the right hand side, to carry the bunker on the right hand side. So it's in between the two of those. Good drive. Colm Campbell now to respond. Colm Campbell follows his playing partner down the right hand side of the fairway and follows his partner to within a couple of feet. He's just right over Mark Cadden's ball, finished in the right rough between the two bunkers. So yeah, two good drives. Good solid start in the 2026 Connolly Motor Group West of Ireland Amateur Open Championship is underway. The final is happening. We're 18 holes away from knowing who this championship winner is going to be.
Yeah, I think both players kind of playing for that little bit of wind coming off the right, Johnny. It just didn't move enough and bring them back into the fairway. But yeah, two good drives, equal distance. But first drives away, that kind of those first tee nerves are kind of gone now. So just would hopefully. You'll be able to see we've got a couple of cameras on course, so you'll be bouncing between the camera where we have on the tee box to a camera in the, hopefully around the middle of the fairway, and then one near the back of the green. So hopefully you'll get to see every shot from really good angles. So to be fair, Johnny has walked this golf course a number of times trying to pick out the great best spots for the cameramen. So hopefully you'll get to see that. Yeah,
and we're very fortunate to say that we're working with Golf Ireland on this broadcast. So if you're watching either on the Bogeyman's YouTube channel or Golf Ireland's channel, it's great to be bringing these championships to life and working with our governing body in Golf Ireland, and being able to put as much of a showcase for Irish Amateur Championship golf as possible. It's always nice to be able to do these. It's been a few months now since we've done the last championship. We finished the season out with the AIG, I think it was the women's close, maybe the men's close last year, and so it's good to be back doing the first broadcast of the year. This is one of 8 that we'll be doing, so yeah, it's great. It's great to be back out in the golf course, and weather's cooperating for the first half. Oh, which is always a nice start. 17.5 more to go. Please rain, hold off.
So also a little treat, we're working with Quantum Sports data. So Johnny and I might be trying to channel our inner Dodo Molinari, try and give you some stats from the tournament.
I think Dylan Byrne, to be fair, he might be the Eduardo Molinari. We're the mouthpiece that will take his credit.
Yeah, so exactly. So we kind of had to, the two of us sat and had to look at the stats and tried to make sense of them with our 2 ordinary mats.
It was not great. 2 ordinary mats lads putting their heads together to be like, what is this data?
Yeah, so just with that with that data, just what we're looking at, it'll be from the first and second rounds ish from the stroke play event, because then it turns to match play, and
scoring becomes a little bit more difficult, obviously, with concessions and the like.
And maybe not finishing holes, etc. For a game. So we'll give you that. We should try and tell you how the course has been playing this week.
Yes.
We spoke on the podcast about the new data that's being used to get into these championships. So the idea being is that the scores and the stats we'll try to give you today is purely how the course is playing this week in this tournament, when they're all these players are shoulder to shoulder. Yeah,
so we're going to have score win probability percentages for you guys throughout the championships on the 5 hardest holes. So
also, just like to say, we're very lucky ShotScope are also going to help us with our data today from distances on the course. So the 2 lads, I would say, Johnny, probably about maybe 125 to 130 yards in to the middle of the green. Lies look okay. Very similar positions though, Johnny.
They are, yeah. Good social golf here between the 2 guys, which is also good to see. Pin positions for today. On the first hole, the pin is on 22 from the front, 8 in from the left. And it's 8 yards in from the left. So Colin Campbell hitting away there first.
Lovely shot, just using the wind just to bring it in there on the right.
Very nice. Oh, it's a super shot. Pin high. Gave himself about, call it 8 foot. Now Mark Cadden to respond immediately.
Again, very similar distance here for Mark.
Yeah, pretty much identical. And that's just a little bit further to the left than Colin Campbell's ball is. Probably a little short as well. So you got to say, advantage after hole number 1, Colin Campbell.
Yeah, both lads on the green, but definitely Colin Campbell has that look from here. Looks like the easier putt.
But it's a nice start. It's it's been pretty tit for tat so far. That was the first, I'd say, real test between the 2. Obviously, both of them got off the tee grand, both in good, safe positions. The rough in that part of the part of the hole is cut back pretty nice, so it didn't really impact their lie or their strike too much. So this is the first chance to go, all right, who's going to draw first blood here? Who's going to put one in close and apply a bit of pressure? As we're starting to feel 1 or 2 little raindrops come on down. Now this is where the 3rd character in the final makes their presence known.
You could argue it's the 4th character and the 3rd character is the course, 4th is the weather up here. But I mean, I think I do think this is why Colin Campbell really wants this championship. I think all amateur players in Ireland understand that this is the beast, this is the tough one. You want to compare to something, it's what the pros want to win an Open on a links course, the Americans, because of how the weather is such a key part. And not to mention it's the first championship of the year, so it puts that, that little bit more into your season. It puts that in your marker of where you are.
Rain is starting to come down, make its presence known for sure. We're expected to have a couple of showers. We're expected to have a couple of showers throughout the round today. Hopefully they'll blow through quick enough. So Mark Haddon just stepping out his putt here on the first hole. Rain probably coming down now a good bit. Apologies, Mark Haddon already played there. So Colin Campbell here now for birdie on 1. Just slides by, gives himself about, call it 2 foot, and that is conceded for par. Both players move on, make par on this first hole. Good, steady. Like we were saying, the tit for tat kind of continued on. No blood has been drawn yet.
Yeah, just kind of sliding by there for Colin Campbell. I think he'd be probably disappointed with that.
Colin Campbell making his way over to the first tee, followed by Mark Haddon there. So, pars for both players. They've, like I was saying, not drawn any blood. Of the 18 holes, the first hole from our strokes gain data was playing the 11th hardest with an average scoring of 4.3. So playing just a little bit over par, and you can see the rain now is coming in a little bit more, but nothing too bad for these players can't handle.
Yeah, I think you see the waterproofs kind of come out, the jackets will come out just to get themselves sorted. Kind of was forecast for a little bit and then to dry up again, but it shouldn't be too much wind. Wind is staying fairly calm as well, so better conditions than they've been playing. Better conditions than they've been playing during the week.
So second hole, as you can see, is players are walking back a little bit further to the championship tee boxes. Second hole, a little bit shorter, called Barneside. I definitely butchered that pronunciation, apologies, but it's playing 323 yards from the championship tees. You can see, or you might be able to see as the hole's played out there, that the wall cuts in on the right hand side, but as the hole bends slightly down toward the right, a tiny little dog leg, as Mark Haddon is about to tee off here. Driving iron in hand.
Yeah, a shot up the left-hand side is kind of ideal, to be honest, Johnny. Kind of short of those bunkers, obviously short of those bunkers. Avoid the trap in the middle, but then gives you probably about 110-ish yards in.
Colin Campbell there to follow suit. He also has driving iron in hand. And they're walking off. We'll get a shot of where those balls finished for you in just a moment, as fast as we can. See, there's a simple angle there, but of all the whole in the 17th second, he's going to call it that way, or scoring average has been averaging 4.1. So again, a little bit over par. I think the conditions have had a very big part to play in that fact. But one of the easier holes in the course, so you would fully expect these players to be able to navigate their way around and potentially give themselves an opportunity to make birdie and possibly take the lead.
Kind of a blind shot up here, Johnny. We're kind of up over the hill and you're aiming then just to, you can't really see where the ball lands after your tee shot. We're still kind of climbing just on the course. Looks like both players just went to the left of the fairway.
That's it. Neither player messing with the wall on the right hand side.
So both players just into the rough. Still trying to get into the middle of the green. So Colin Campbell is taking his shot. He's up there. And now it's Mark. Again, both players very similar positions off the tee. Mark looks just gone into the back of the green. Good shot. Again, both players very similar in lines, very similar in approaches. So yardages would have all been the same. Probably nothing less than between a 90-yard kind of shot from that rough up to the green. Wind picked up just a little bit more. Interesting to see how both players fare out now this next kind of hour into this game with the weather. So Colin just kind of having a look at the green there. Looks like he's just out the back, so he's going to have to chip up onto it. So just trying to find a landing zone for himself. Lie looks pretty good. He's actually gone with a putter, so he's not gonna. He's going to try and leave it just up and let it onto that plateau and let it roll down. So a little maybe an unforced error in the approach there from Keelan. He just bounced off to the back. Okay, so that's obviously still too far for a concession. So Mark, who managed to get his approach onto the green, is up next. So he has this now to put the pressure really on. Mark just going down that slope. Oh, it just burns the edge. Really good effort. So that's conceded. So Mark in for his par. And now Colm. A little tricky one. It's in no way a simple putt. Probably a good bit longer than he wanted to leave himself. And in. That's a superb putt. Just hangs in on the left edge. I'd say it was I think he felt nervy as that was rolling towards the hole, but again, good par for Colm. So that is all square after 2. I think Colm talked about the putter saving him in his semi-final. So it looks like that's going on again. So just easy enough hole in the championship when we're looking at the data. Short enough, good kind of like a 3-wood driving iron will pop you up into that. So it's playing as the second easiest hole in the tournament. On to the third. So it is called Pro Tip. So it is named after the Sligo Harbour. This hole, very, very a decent length par 5. We're probably talking about 575 off the championship tees. But the interesting about this hole is you have to lay up over the road. So there's a road that's going to cut the fairway when we get up there, and it's really important that you get your shot just over that, and it gives you an opportunity for a second shot in. Now, with the weather this week, not one of the hardest holes that's playing, but difficult to get that birdie. Not many birdies this week on this hole. But now, when you look at this tee box, you see pretty much the whole of Sligo golf course up in this little vista. Rain's starting to come down a little bit heavier. I'm not sure if you can hear it through the cameras, but it's just getting that little bit more wet. Wind isn't too bad, but if the wind picks up any more, then the umbrellas will go and players will just be wet.
So sorry to interrupt there, but as the players are making their way down from the 30 box, what we're going to do is take a quick ad break as we get ready to brace for these conditions for a little bit longer. We'll be back to you in just a few moments.
Coverage of the 2026 Connolly Motor Group West of Ireland Amateur Open Championship is brought to you by the Bogeymen.
If you call a car Grand Lad, you make it grand. You design an electric logo. Grand. A super long battery range. Grand. And 50,000 intelligent LEDs. It's grand. Sure is.
New Opel Grandland. Available in hybrid and electric. Go grand.
Electricity man.
Some people think Liam is a gas man.
But I'm not. Electricity?
Yes, we're called Flow Gas, but we do electricity too. The gas part about it is that the gas part of Flow Gas is only part of it.
Not the gas man.
He says the gas part is only part of it.
Well, that's gas.
No, it's electricity.
Huh?
Take it.
Go on.
When you think electricity, think Flow Gas. Switch now at flowgas.ie.
When you buy online at aig.ie. It's got to be AIG.
Coverage of the 2026 Connolly Motor Group West of Ireland Amateur Open Championship is brought to you by the Bogeymen.
Okay, and welcome back to the third hole here of the West of Ireland, or the Connolly Motor Group West of Ireland Amateur Open Championship. Colin Campbell just carried this bunker here on the right hand side of the third hole. He's just got lasering his yardage here at the moment. Michael, can you tell us what he has in? So it looked like he's got about, what, just under 100 yards or so to the hole? A little over 100 yards to the hole.
Yeah, over. So it's about, I think, about 120 in. He has the right hand side is the key to get in here because it gives you that angle. But a little kind of tricky shot above this bunker.
Christian, or is it Christian they want you to move? So Colin Campbell there had about 281 yards to carry that bunker on the right hand side. The ball sat down pretty deep, but it shouldn't impact him too much. I think Colin's concern is potentially that with the ball sitting down a little bit, he could tug it to the left hand side, but stepping over it seems happy enough. He wasn't happy with that. Again, the ball was set down very low. Sounded heavy. Sounded a little duffy. And Mark Cadden is about 40 yards up ahead of his playing partner. Apologies, I was looking at the completely wrong bunker there. This is a par 5, and Colm had a lot more than 100 yards in there. As Mark Cadden here takes out the 3-wood. It's in the first cut. And that's away. walking after it. Good crowds out here supporting the West of Ireland Amateur Championship at the moment. Braving the weather conditions so far. It looks like the worst of that shower does seem to have blown over, which is nice. So we're kind of, I imagine both players are probably going to try and take advantage of the easing conditions. I won't call them good conditions or anything like that, but easing conditions.
Yeah, and like even in the first kind of 4 holes, the change in elevation in this golf course is so cool. It really makes you kind of think about your shots. Playing back towards the clubhouse now. Going from one level to the other. So the key thing I spoke about earlier is the road that cuts straight across this this hole, Johnny. That to be from the championship tees shouldn't play too much trouble for these guys, but you do have to be aware that there could be a car coming straight across your line. So there's one being held as it is.
Over on the right hand side here, we can see the spectators going over to help Colin Campbell as he's looking for his ball. Mark Cadden is heading over that way as well. So whilst the players are looking for Colin Campbell's ball, we might take a quick ad break and then we'll help out with the search. We'll come back to you in just a few moments.
Coverage of the 2026 Connolly Motor Group West of Ireland Amateur Open Championship is brought to you by the Bogeymen.
If you call a car Grandland, you make it grand. You design an electric logo. Grand. A super long battery range. Grand. And 50,000 intelligent LEDs. It's grand. Sure is.
New Opel Grandland. Available in hybrid and electric. Go grand.
Electricity man.
Some people think Liam is a gas man.
But I'm not.
Electricity?
Yes, we're called Flow Gas, but we do electricity too. The gas part about it is that the gas part of Flow Gas is only part of it.
What the gas, man?
He says the gas part is only part of it.
Well, that's gas.
No, it's electricity. Take it.
Go on.
When you think electricity, think Flow Gas. Switch now at flowgas.ie.
Roadside rescue as standard. Get 10% off car insurance when you buy online at aig.ie. It's got to be AIG.
So Mark has gone one up. That hole was conceded by Colin Campbell. So couldn't find the ball in that kind of thick rough over to the right. So 3 holes played, and we have Mark is 1 up, and we'll move over to the par 4 third. This short kind of par 3, this hole, that's a shame now for Colin. His tee shot just went that little bit right on top of the bunker, which then just caused him to knock it into that kind of rough, and that rough just is a little bit thick. So playing the 4th hole here, the par 3. So what we've got here is we have that road to deal with again. So this hole, 9th hardest on the course this weekend from our stats. So 36% of the were bogey. So averaging rate 3.4 shots. So again, green, very interesting. One of Johnny's, probably not quite a Barrett's, but a upside down bowl tabletop green that you've got to land it. You got to get your yardages spot on. Anything short is going to roll down a big bank. Anything long over to the right, again, roll back down. And as we saw in the 2nd hole, Colin had that tricky putt to knock it up onto the green when you miss when you miss these greens. So pin at the front here this morning, which again doesn't leave you much room for effort. So
I'll give you an exact pin position here now. I'm back. So it's 15 on from the front, 20 in from the right. Is the exact pin position.
Okay.
Foot in feet in from the on the green. So there's not a huge amount of green to deal with before that flag. It's a very, very severe fall off just short of the green.
Yeah, so I think the best thing to do would be to hit this right in the middle of the green. So 1 day in the match, first blood has gone to Mark.
This is playing the 9th hardest hole on the golf course from the stroke play qualifying, averaging 3.4. So I imagine par would go a good way of helping you out. Mark Haddon there catching that
just not
short fall off.
Johnny, it slipped all the way back down. Again, it brings into this. It's a tricky chip. If you go for a putter, you have to hit it enough to get it up that big slope and stay there. Is there a window here for Colin to straight away pull even?
Well, he's going to need to bite back instantly after a disappointing 2nd shot. Obviously didn't catch it very well, lost it there into the rough on the right hand side, conceded the hole. So, good opportunity to bring it back to all square and just maybe steady the ship a little bit after a bit of an unforced error. And that ball's away. And that's, good and safe.
Is it going to stay, Johnny? Is it going to stay?
No.
It looked really good there for a few minutes, but I think it's just slipped down the back of the green.
It has, yeah. So I mean, there you go. Just shows how tricky this short par 3 is. It's obviously playing downwind as well. So playing from their blue tees, or sorry, they're the championship tees. So it just shows that tricky green, firm greens, playing downwind. It becomes very hard to hold the screen, and that forces the error of possibly coming up just a little bit short and then falling victim to the severe fall off front and short of the green. So good groups following the final here today. There's a couple hundred people already out as the rain is going to ease up a little bit.
Where are you?
they're coming out now to follow this final round. It's also nice to see the other course still plenty full with people playing the other course and getting their own golf in as well.
An absolutely fantastic hole, Johnny. Love this green, the way it's kind of like tabletop.
Really severe fall offs, which is great to see. Very tricky.
About 130 yards ish from back there is on the blue. So
okay.
it's just a wind pushing it across as well, which is just kind of makes everything a little bit harder.
And you can see there, Mark Cadden's golf ball has fallen all the way down off the front of the green, probably 10 yards, maybe even 15 yards down into the rough, and he's got a very tricky chip here now to try get up and down to save his par. So you can just see exactly how severe that is. That's basically ball's view of what he has to get up and over. As you're saying, it's only 15 foot on from the front of this green, this pin, so really not a lot to work with. And he's played a nice little bump and run, just running on, up and around, past the hole, still rolling. It's still rolling, and it's finally come to settle, maybe about 20, possibly 25 foot away from the hole. That's significant putt, but you know what? As we said, all said.
I think it's
decent,
pretty good from there. I think he probably would have taken that when he was standing over it. It doesn't look like it, but when you get up close, you can really see how fast those greens are and how the gradient really pulls it down.
Eamon, you can go down hole number 5. Hole number 5 is to the right-hand side of the green.
So, Colin with a putter, like he was on the second hole. It's up.
So that's come up just a couple of feet short there for Con Campbell. There's a big long putt. This green is huge. I think this green, it's just like it's a great little par 3, and I think as we saw, like it also just shows you don't need things like bunkers to make this hole very, very tricky.
No, not at all. There's humps and hollows and swells all around the green, which kind of look like natural bunkers with no sand.
And Mark Cadden's par attempt just slides by. So
I think he disappointed. He looks disappointed with that.
Conceded though by Colin Campbell there. So Colin with his par putt here, chance to get the match back to all square.
It feels a bit early to say this is it's an important putt, but it feels like a little momentum. A switch could have gone back and forth here if he can hold this.
Yeah, especially after I think Colin will be probably kicking himself a little bit that conceding the last hole was an unforced error. And he does. He makes the par. Good 2-putt, solid 2-putt.
So back to all square.
Back to all square as we make our move up onto the 5th hole here, called the jump. As the players are going to make their way over to the next hole, we're going to take a quick ad break. We'll be back just after this.
Coverage of the 2026 Connolly Motor Group West of Ireland Amateur Open Championship is brought to you by the Bogeymen.
If you call a car Grandland, you make it grand. You design an electric logo. Grand. A super long battery range. Grand. And 50,000 intelligent LEDs.
It's grand.
Sure is.
New Opel Grandland. Available in hybrid and electric. Go Grand.
Electricity man.
Some people think Liam is a gas man.
But I'm not.
Electricity?
Yes, we're called flow gas, but we do electricity too. The gas part about it is that the gas part of flow gas is only part of it.
What the gas, man?
He says the gas part is only part of it.
Well, that's gas.
No, it's electricity. Take it.
Go on.
When you think electricity, think Flowgas. Switch now at flowgas.ie.
When you buy online at AIG.ie, it's got to be AIG.
Coverage of the 2026 Connolly Motor Group West of Ireland Amateur Open Championship is brought to you by the Bogeymen.
Okay, and we are back. So, as you can see here, the rain has also returned, as have we. Both players have teed off and are making their way down the par 5 fifth hole, called the Jump. I think it's appropriately named the Jump because of the severe drop from the tee box all the way down to this fairway.
It's an absolutely brilliant hole, Johnny. Like it feels like we're on the top of a skyscraper looking down on a fairway. It reminds me of RCD, to be honest. That gorge where you hit down, up into the gods, the tee box, smash away. Like it's playing probably about 485 yards to 490 yards, long. Once you're down onto the fairway, flat enough, you still kind of bunkers protecting that green. But again, to get there in 2 would be a tall ask.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous hole to see. I can also understand exactly what you mean when you talk about the Royal Kenny Down comparison to that ninth hole. You kind of get over that gorge, and then you see this massive reveal. And there's a great stretch of holes here now at County Sligo Golf Club that, as the rain has come forward, and the rain has got a little bit heavier again. But that's all part and parcel of playing the West of Ireland.
Yeah, that's you spoke of that before. That it's you're playing not only beats of a golf course, but you're playing the weather, let alone in your match play who you're playing. You know, it's managing that. Good follow today. I think you can really see it from this vantage point. There's a good following of people walking around following this game. Again, not many fairways hit, Johnny, from either player really. That like we even on the first, we've just been into the second cut into the semi rough. Hard hit fairways today.
Yeah, it does seem very tough to be hitting the fairways, which is interesting because I mean maybe we're a little bit sheltered from it at the moment, but it's not been mad blustery. It definitely haven't been the conditions that we've seen earlier on in the week. So you know, the balls aren't getting blown all around the place, but there is definitely a bit of a breeze to a strong gust. But you know, typical County Sligo weather. I say it's not too windy now, and we'll probably get blown over in a few minutes' time.
Yeah, so it's kind of sheltered down here but kind of we're sheltered as we come down the dune. So interesting to see where they're a little bit of a search party for them. They look like they found them just into the rough up ahead of us. You can see that on your screen, how many people are out there. So I think second shots will be interesting. So a couple of bumps and hollows in this fairway, but flat enough. Very. I think the real defense of this hole is its bunkers. Fairway bunkers in the landing zone. I think players have avoided them.
It looks like it so far. Yeah, I mean they're in the longer grass. I mean we might grab ourselves an umbrella here now as the rain is coming in a bit more and becoming a bit more a bit heavier. Not what you like to see so far here. So yeah, players are players have found both balls now, I think, at this point.
Yeah, the waterproofs are.
Yeah, Colin Campbell there on the right, just right of the first bunker here. He managed to avoid the bunker, but it seems like a pretty tough lie. Ball below his feet. It's got a wood in hand. There you go. Well, he looks happier with that than he did playing the third hole anyway. Yep, walking away, looking pretty content with himself there. And as the group just makes their way on up to Mark Haddon's golf ball. We're getting the real Sligo weather conditions here now. This is these are the conditions that David O'Donovan promised to me when we were talking earlier on the week. This is what happens where it becomes a case of kind of just hold on and see who flinches first, or see who might break first when the weather conditions get tough. I think it's the case for everyone, us included. In this episode, we're going to look at the West of Ireland Amateur Open Championship hosted at County Sligo Golf Club. The West is the first championship of the Irish amateur calendar season, played every year on the Easter bank holiday weekend. The championship dates back to 1923 and was first won by Larry P. Vernon, back when the championship was decided over 36 holes stroke play qualifying for 16 places in match play, with a 36-hole final.
The West started in 1923, and it's the West and the South are the first of the two tournaments, and it just was set up originally for the top amateur golfers to be able to compete against each other, and it just grew from there, and then suddenly it became the North, the South, the East, and the West. And then the Irish Amateur came on board, and then the Irish Close came on board. So I think you now have the 6 events that were we're very, very lucky the fact that, you know, we've hosted the West of Ireland since 1923. Lahinch has hosted the South since the beginning. Royport Rush has hosted the North, and County Louth have hosted the East. And I think when people put their diary together for a year and look at it as an amateur, they say, right, they're the first 4 events that they put into it, and they build their calendar around that. And the popularity with the West, I suppose, the fact that it's the first tournament, the event, it's been a huge success since 1923.
Ross's point is, you know, the weather is always the biggest challenge when you get there at Easter, although sometimes it can be pleasant. Typically it's not pleasant. It's usually blowing a hoolie and wet probably, and that's the real challenge. For me, I always felt that because the weather was, you know, challenging and difficult, half the field would struggle and the other half probably couldn't play very well in the wind anyway. So you're maybe playing against a quarter of the field.
The West has an amazing list of winners and was dominated initially by the Big Four. In 1930, Cecil Ewing won his first of 10 West of Ireland titles. This dominance was only outdone by J.B. Carr, who in 1946 won his first of 12 West of Ireland titles.
He used to take me to caddy for him because, you know, I'll show you how easy it is to win one of these things, you know. This was his early days, you know. And he always had this philosophy. He said, well, you know, they're playing against Joe Carr, so they're expecting to be 2 down after 4, and I always make sure they are. I suppose he was there was such charisma about him that, you know, everybody expected to be beaten by him. And he was an extremely humble, great champion. And that really came through over the years. He never saw himself as anything but Joe Carr, and I remember that he was a very, very gracious winner. I had people, I watched fellas, you know, who he would dust 7 and 6, give them a dog license, and they'd be thanking him. Thank you, Joe, for the game. Like, fellas after getting hammered, but my father would make him feel okay. And he was a very gracious winner and a very gracious loser.
Campbell just off the green again, so he's got putter in hand. Seems to be favouring that today instead of chipping it, trying to keeping it as low to the ground as possible. Got to get it up over this ridge. Took an awful lot of bobbles and bounces. Kind of killed the speed on him. Probably not what he had envisioned in his head, to be honest, but probably would have liked that a little bit closer. Yeah, I think exactly. So Mark's kind of lining up his, but like also remember these guys have a lot of golf in their legs. They played early this morning. They played 2 yesterday. It's a lot of golf. And it's in. Good putt by Mark.
So Connolly now has to respond to keep the match at all square.
Yeah, and it's again, as he spoke for, the putter saved him earlier this morning. It's kind of nearly saving him again. So one of these ones, Johnny, that should be makeable, but that doesn't make them go in any easier. Colin Campbell in the front door. There we go. So,
and things aren't going to be getting any easier for these guys, because now as they move on to the 6th hole, that has been playing as the second hardest hole on the golf course from the stroke play qualifying portion of the championship. 15% of scores in qualifying were double bogey. 39% of scores in qualifying were bogey. So that really just shows how tough this hole is. been playing. Conditions obviously have been very tough, but now our championship final and championship finalists are going to be making their way onto this very tough hole, this very tough par 4 called the Bowmore. Bunkers line, this dog leg left, as bunkers are on the left hand side, pretty much again at these players' landing zones. So with the slight wind off the right hand side, everything's going to be pushing the ball towards those bunkers, and I think it might be a case of whoever can hit this fairway and hold onto this fairway put himself into another good opportunity to win a hole and possibly draw some more blood and get ahead. Conditions seem to be lightening up a little bit. It's getting brighter. Don't think it's getting any lighter than rain, but it's getting brighter. Players are making their way all the way back to the tee as the spectators are walking up the fairway, try to get ahead of play and see where the ball lands, get a good glimpse of it. So you can see conditions here continuing to really deteriorate. But
so a really tough driving hole, Johnny. Like out of bounds all along the right hand side, bunkers pretty much all the way down the left. You really got to make sure you don't go OB here. Anything, any cut, any kind of slice is going to find a lot of trouble, and you got to put yourself into a shot to be able to hit the green. Anything left of the green is also in serious trouble. So we've one ball in the fairway. Avoided that out of bounds really, really well.
So yeah, sorry. So
Colin,
yeah, as we're
Colin,
just one second there, sorry, Michael. Just as we're trying to deal with these conditions here a little bit as the rain is really starting to pick up. But we want to take a quick ad break and then just be back to you, hopefully on the fairway here of the 6th hole at the Connolly Motor Group West of Ireland Amateur Open Championship.
Coverage of the 2026 Connolly Motor Group West of Ireland Amateur Open Championship is brought to you by the Bogeymen.
If you call a car Grandland, you make it grand. You design an electric logo. Grand. A super long battery range. Grand. And 50,000 intelligent LEDs. It's grand. Sure is.
New Opel Grandland. Available in hybrid and electric. Go grand.
Electricity man.
Some people think Liam is a gas man.
But I'm not. Electricity? Yes, we're called flow gas, but we do electricity too. The gas part about it is that the gas part of flow gas is only part of it.
What the gas, man?
He says the gas part is only part of it.
Well, that's gas.
No, it's electricity.
Huh?
Take it.
Go on.
When you think electricity, think flow gas. Switch now at flowgas.ie.
to have roadside rescue as standard. Get 10% off car insurance when you buy online at aig.ie. It's got to be AIG.
Coverage of the 2026 Connolly Motor Group West of Ireland Amateur Open Championship is brought to you by the Bogeymen.
Okay, so we're back now. Sorry about that there. Yeah, as you can see, umbrellas are still steadily up across the golf course. It is wet and windy here in County Sligo Golf Club, but it is Mark Cadden who is first to play here. Both players have hit the fairway, bang smack in the middle of the hole. Mark Cadden's got about what's he got in there now, Marco?
Probably got about from the middle of the green, probably about 179, probably 180. So it shouldn't be too much trouble for him.
No, and that ball's away. He's holding his finish. He likes it. Again, this green, you can just you can attack this green to a degree. Come straight up the hole.
Yeah,
we'll get a final position on where that hole finished in just a second. And then over on the right hand side of the fairway, Colin Campbell is getting ready to hit his approach in.
I think he's given himself a better angle, Johnny. You don't want to miss left of this green, so he has given himself probably the better angle in, so he can hit the right side of the green and let it slope down.
Colin Campbell's you're dead right. He's in great position here. Just going to play up to this flag. And again, the one-handed finish. He's done it a couple of times now in these opening 6 holes.
I don't like that, Johnny. He's not happy.
I mean, he's not happy. He's not happy either.
The one-hand finish does worry me.
It does. Yeah, I agree. It's a little concerning, but I guess these are the margins, aren't they, between the elite championship, elite amateurs, and us. Is what is a one-handed finish for him might still be very good. Just I think he'd probably just missed the green is all that means. Rain is easing up here. Rain's easing up here, so Colin Campbell just came up short. I think that's pretty sure that's Colin Campbell there. He's just come up short of the green, leave himself with a little bit of a chip. Whilst Mark Cadden there seems to have finished just a little bit beyond pin high, giving himself a good look at birdie here. If you're talking about a little bit of a head-to-head, I think you got to say slight advantage going the way of Mark Cadden there. Not even a slight advantage, just straightforward advantage there. He hit the green there in 2. Put himself in good position.
Yeah, I think that's what the one-handed finish with Colin. I wouldn't say a duff, but just caught a little bit heavy, and he's brought himself short.
Mm-hmm.
If he's going to chip this, he wants to keep the pressure on. Classic match play needs to chip it close.
That's it, yeah. But I guess that's saying that this is the type of situation that you would say Colin Campbell would relish. Like he's got so much experience behind him, and that is one thing that you would probably try and rely on, is the fact that he has this experience and he knows that. Even if he does lose this hole, going one down does not mean the end of the championship. Umbrella's back up. That's a lovely little touch. He played that into the face of the mound just before the green. Leaving himself about 7 foot inside Mark Cadden's ball, and crucially on a very similar line, so he should learn a lot from Mark Cadden's putt here for par, or for birdie, apologies, on the 6th hole. Score in the match, it is still all square for anyone who is just joining us. All square through 5 holes.
Yeah, so that's again. I think it'd be probably fair to say that both players are kind of feeling the way into their round. Neither of them probably would say they're playing very comfortable.
Yep, very fair.
And I think that can happen in rounds. We've seen it so many times, these championship rounds, that both players just trying to find their feet and comfortable.
I think that's where we've seen the frustration come from Colin Campbell after a couple of iron shots. But I really would have thought that his experience would be something that he'd lean back on, and he would be quicker to get comfortable with the uncomfortable.
Mark's taken really looking at this putt 3 or 4 times. He stood over it twice. Is that nerves, Johnny? Is double checking everything before you decide to pull the trigger? Is that a little bit nervous on a birdie putt?
Yeah, I think he's more just trying to be very deliberate. This is an opportunity where, again, it's an unforced error to a degree by Colin Campbell. He has the opportunity to capitalise, and he knows he needs to. And I mean, you can see from the reaction there, the ball's just slid by. It's been conceded by Colm. Colm was asked to move his ball there off of Mark's line, so Colm would have jumped in very quickly to see what that ball did. Because now he's got the chance to again have the hole and stay alive.
Golden opportunity there for Mark to go one up, and I think this is what you're saying. He spent a lot of time over that putt. Did he spend too long? Did he overread it when he's looking at it? And this is where your experience, where Colin, frustration's out. Sink this putt for par. We go on the next one.
Exactly. And he does. Again, clutch putting from Colin Campbell as he saves his par. Gets up and down there in a fantastic display of short game, has to be said. That was very, very impressive. He's done very well there to have the hole, and again keep us moving on to the 7th tee box, all square. The 7th hole is 7th hole, par 4, called Ewing's Profile, 431 yards from the championship tees. Playing the 8th hardest in the week with an average stroke of 4.5. So, if with that being the 8th hardest hole, really just shows how tough the golf course has been playing for these players throughout the championship so far. Again, all these strokes gain data has been coming courtesy of Quantum Sports Data. They've been very good at providing us with this information and just trying to help us give a bit more insight as to just exactly how tough these conditions are.
Yeah, it's just the 7th hole is great. It's protected by this burn of water all the way around the green. So it's the burn is what they call it. Starts on the left hand side, goes up, cuts straight across the middle of the fairway, and bends around the right side of the green. So your distance has to be right here. You have to put yourself in your number to be able to approach this green. It does look a fairly innocuous hole, but that burn, as we all know, just can suck balls. Any water can suck balls in. So if we're looking at this, probably the first bunker along that, the first bunker along the fairway, about 225 yards. So you put yourself in that bunker and you're in serious trouble to get it then over the burn. So putting your tee shot right in the good spot, and as all these golf courses have, they've got 2 traps right in the catchment zone. So it'll be interesting to see now. Mark, again, as you said, Johnny, very deliberate now as well, even going through his routine. Good couple of practice swings to make sure he's in his fields. Just seeing there, right of the screen is a bunker, and the two bunkers I was talking about just above where his driver is.
So players will just teed off there on the 7th hole, and so what we will do is take a quick ad break as they make their way up. They just hit their tee shots there on 7, and we're going to take a quick ad break, and we'll be back to you just after this.
Coverage of the 2026 Connolly Motor Group West of Ireland Amateur Open Championship is brought to you by the Bogeymen.
If you call a car Grandland, you make it grand. You design an electric logo. A super long battery range. And 50,000 intelligent LEDs. It's grand. Sure is.
New Opel Grandland. Available in hybrid and electric. Go grand.
Electricity man.
Some people think Liam is a gas man.
But I'm not.
Electricity?
Yes, we're called Flow Gas, but we do electricity too. The gas part about it is that the gas part of Flow Gas is only part of it.
Not the gas man.
He says the gas part is only part of it.
Well, that's gas.
No, it's electricity. Take it.
Go on.
When you think electricity, think Flow Gas. Switch now at flowgas.ie.
So they know my sweet baby loves me so. She got me going, yeah, she turns me on. She loves me, yeah, she loves me, and it blows my mind. Yeah, it blows my mind. She's my lover.
Buy online at aig.ie. It's got to be AIG.
Coverage of the 2026 Connolly Motor Group West of Ireland Amateur Open Championship is brought to you by the Bogeymen.
And we are back. So Colin Campbell here is going to be first to play. He's on the left hand side of the fairway. Just about how much is the green here, Michael?
Yeah, he's probably just over 205, maybe 207 into the green. So it'll be a long iron in for him.
Temperatures now starting to drop as well. It's getting a little bit cooler. The wind is getting a bit shrill now.
Lie is okay for him. Just on the left edge of the fairway.
Well, crucially, he has hit this fairway, whereas Mark Hadna looks like is in the rough there, just out of shot. But Colin hitting away there.
Yeah.
Happy
He's just
enough.
gone left side of the green.
Yeah, just left side of the green. He's all right there. Mark Hadden, just a little bit more to the left. Again, just in the rough.
I think the rough here, this is where I think you spoke about before. You're going to catch. It's going to be it's going to fly or die. It could catch a flyer. It's wet as well, so wet face on the club face into that rough.
Could absolutely spring on it, yeah, for sure. This is one of the holes that Martin Ebert and the rest of his team are going to be doing some renovations on. So this hole, actually, the fairway is going to be moving over to the left-hand side, closer to this river, this little gully along the left-hand side of the hole, and the bunkers here on the right-hand side are actually going to be the middle of the fairway. Bunkers on the left are going to be in the middle of the fairway. So. There's constant renovation works being done here at County Sligo Golf Club, and this is just one of those holes that is going to be undergoing these changes in the next couple of months and years. Blustery conditions, as you can see, are continuing. Players are really, just, it seems like, battling the elements more so than one another at the moment. It really does look like it's going to be a case of whoever is going to flinch first will concede a hole, and honestly it could come down to just one putt or one shot. It's all still very cagey. It's a very cagey affair between both players. Okay, so we're now greenside here. You can see that the Mark Haddon, over the side, that's Colin Campbell. Looks like he's going to be first to play. Stormy conditions are continuing to blow through here, but pace of play has still been pretty good for these players so far. Colin Campbell again, another missed green after a fairway hit. I don't think he's going to be too pleased with that. But again, it should be a simple enough putt for him here. He does indeed put the balls away, running toward the hole, and that's a very good putt. And that's the first time we've heard a little bit of a round of applause from the crowd since the heavy rain has come in. That's the tricky thing with conditions like these.
Yeah, with the umbrellas, because people don't clap once they've got umbrellas
still,
up.
Yeah, it's still silent after a good shot, you know. Which I imagine these guys are well used to playing in conditions like these and performing, but you know, maybe a little disheartening when you go hit a great shot and there's absolute silence because everyone's holding on to the umbrella for dear life because there's the blustery breeze. But Mark Haddon here, who hit the green with his birdie attempt now, and again, it's for the last few holes it has been all the youngster, the teenager, with the opportunities to get ahead.
I think Colin's just stayed in there, and I think that's when you're talking about experience. That's all you got to. Maybe he's not feeling he's playing his best, but he's still in the fight. I think that's when you talk about experience. That's where that comes from. He won the semi-final 1-up. You know, just instead of going through 17, 18, I could easily see that happening.
Yeah, it's been a dogged performance from him. As a yeah, so both players are conceding, and the holes halved in pars. The match remains all square. Players are making their way over to the tee boxes. The 8th tee box on just back right of the screen, as the players are making their way down the fairway.
Very interesting how hardest hole in this championship. 42% of ultimate ending bogeys, 26 double bogeys. That's the most double bogeys of any hole in this championship.
Oof.
So it's playing the hardest hole. Little dog leg right. Again, the bird or the stream, the agua, whatever you want to call it, comes into play around the green. Very difficult hole.
So again, we're now here on the 8th tee box. Again, one of the newer tee boxes as well, developed by the golf club. You can see in the distance that the sun is getting a bit brighter. You can see in the distance that the skyline is getting a bit brighter. So hopefully it'll be a sign of positive things to come for the latter half of this championship. As first tee ball is away. Patrons, I like that for the week that calling them patrons. Very nice. Mark Haddon there just teeing up, getting into position. Doing well to stay warm in these conditions. Doing very well to stay dry in these conditions. Mark Hatton's drive is away there, and that has also gone down that's gone down the right hand side of the fairway, and possibly just falling into the rough there on the right hand side. As these players make their way down this 8th hole. Yeah, absolutely. No, not at all. I think what we might do is, if you remember, we were talking about this deep dive that we were doing into each of the championships. We spoke to Padraig Harrington actually to talk about the West of Ireland and what that win meant to him.
Three-time major winner Padraig Harrington won his first senior title at Ross's Point in 1994, getting the better of 1992 winner Ken Carney.
But yeah, when it came around to that win, I needed it at that time. I had enough runners-ups and second places, and I was always getting a long way into these championships. But yeah, winning is very special. Winning at the West, start of the year, it gives you all, as well at the start of the year, you spent 5 months practicing for it back in the day, so it was a big deal to come out and perform. So very, very special, and it was just about that stage when, at the start of '94 was when I would have decided this is me as a full-time golfer. I finished my exams and I was concentrating on getting ready to turn pro.
Yeah, at that time, I was on the national teams playing with Padraig, so he was a fellow team member, but you knew there was, a different cut about him, a different mentality about him. He was mentally different. He was a fearsome competitor, a fantastic short game, and he knew how to get it done, like great course management skills. He was ahead of his time, with all those skills that now are kind of, normal. Amateur players have them now, managing the golf course, managing his game, managing his kit. Everything was prepared like a professional, and he left no stone unturned. He was an unbelievable player, and obviously still is.
One.
So, both players in the fairway actually quite particularly teach them policies. and he got a kind of good ball bounce and run. So, I mean, from right now, it's Mark who's in the better position, but Colin needs to stick one in here close to then put the pressure back on him. Again, with this rain, Johnny, this slight rough, it's not really rough, it's kind of like a second cut nearly.
Yeah, it's almost like a maybe in drier conditions it would be giving you a bit of a flyer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think it's okay, but like with the rain, that you just don't know where the ball's going to come out now in this. So Colin has an absolutely stunning giant bunker right in his eye line.
Yeah. Colin Campbell here is just kind of taking refuge from the wind a little bit as a seriously strong gale has just started to blow through. It's straight downwind as well. Playing about 207, probably about 220, 215 to the middle of the screen. Flag is on the front. And the tricky thing with this now, this really strong wind has just come in. It's going to make the screen even harder to hold, and going to make club selection even all that bit more difficult.
Yeah, you're right. Like, it's just 220, and you can kind of see in the shot there that where his feet's going to have to stay, it's going to be above the hole. So he's asking people just to move out of the way. Left hand side of his eye line is a giant bunker. Won't affect this shot, but it will affect his eye line, which makes things just a little bit more difficult. So ball below his feet. Obviously, naturally, it's gonna cut to the right. He's trying to draw that back in. He's on the green, Johnny. It's a lovely shot. He's drawn that to the right side of the green in a perfect position. Flirted a little bit with that little greenside bunker, but landed really softly. The tempo was really good from Colin. The tempo he's swinging at is really good. I know they say in the weather your tempo's really good, but
tricky to do in the conditions that are this tough to keep that fluid golf swing and keep that fluid motion going. Nothing about this is particularly easy for either of them.
So wind helping here for Mark. Again, probably the same sort of line if he's going to try draw it between Colin's ball and the pin.
It's an absolute dart from Mark Cadden. It's a super golf shot.
Super
Throwing
shot.
it in there to a couple of feet. It's just going to be on the hole.
Excellent opportunity for birdie, Johnny.
Yeah, it's a super golf shot there. And as you can see, the crowds, despite the wind and the rain, are following on. And
just with that shot, Johnny, I think people won't know that the wind behind would have made a huge difference on his club selection. So to get his yardage right with that wind coming in behind, after having it from the left on the next hole, just absolutely measurement of his shot, absolutely perfect. Got the yardage perfectly right. Really impressive golf shot.
Really impressive. I have to say, we were talking about kind of the experience of Colin Campbell shining through a little bit earlier on. I think that's a very mature golf shot from Mark Cadden. Obviously 19 years of age. He's played plenty of championship, like boys championship and college golf, but to be doing it at this level and to really show a level of maturity in terms of his shot selection and execution, very impressive. Really impressive from the young man, the young boy.
Just really quickly, John, like obviously you've been here before, and you know the course quite well. What your initial feelings on it, even now in its best? I mean, it's holding up so well. They've had a storm. The fairways look great. Greens look brilliant. Any thoughts just on today of the golf course?
Yeah, well, I really like this golf course. I would call this like it's not traditional in the sense that it's it's out for 9, back for 9, but it's a type of links golf course that I really enjoy. It's all out there in front of you. I'm not a huge fan of too many blind golf shots, but I love just the severe fall offs from a lot of these greens. A lot of them have actually been softened as well. So I just love the looks of the greens. The approaches into the greens are a seriously fun test. Now I imagine it's a lot more fun when you're not trying to win the west of Ireland. You're trying to win a championship. I'm sure playing creative types of bump and runs and chip shots is a lot more enjoyable. But it's a type of golf course for me where I think if you're a creative short game player, you'd have a lot of fun around here.
And even though it has got a little bit brighter here, wind is still here, so very much here. Rain is still very much here.
Yeah, the rain's causing havoc, to be honest.
It's causing havoc for us.
Exactly. This cool thing. So I'm just looking at the burn here, Johnny, before the guys get out their putt, and there is kind of invisible steps down into the burn, so you could get your ball out if you've gone in. They're covered in astro, but you don't see them until you're very close. Really, kind of it's just so smart. Really cool idea.
That's very nice. Colin Campbell was just kind of surveying the green. He's going to be the first to play. It's the first time now in a couple of holes that Colin will be first to putt for birdie from on the green. Obviously, in the last hole, he was putting from just off the green. They both kind of have the hole. Wind's died down there a little bit.
Don't test it.
Could be a brief
The
reprieve.
golf gods won't like that. You're right. So Colin Campbell here, first one to see if he can throw a sword into the side of Mark after that beautiful approach shot.
That's a nice putt there. Good stroke. Good confidence stroke. And it just falls in the front door. There it is. Birdie and for Colin Campbell. And more than anything, he's asked the question.
I think that's more like a dagger. You've hit a brilliant shot into approach, and then he steps up with a birdie. I'm not sure if you could hear the crowd over on the cameras, but there wasn't a cheer. It was an oh, as in that one hurt. Let's see how Mark responds. He birdie put of his own.
Yeah, and this one, he's putting back into the wind. It is downhill. Could that come into play? Do I need to hit a little bit harder?
Is again very deliberate in his process. He hasn't really altered from his whole routine.
And he's just missed it. And there we go. 1 up for Colin Campbell of Warren Point Golf Club. The West of Ireland Amateur Open Championship, the Connolly Motors West of Ireland Amateur Open Championship has evaded Colin Campbell in his amateur career so far. But as the wind and rain have begun to die down, the opportunity has arisen for Colin Campbell, and he has himself a 1-up lead.
I think people who don't get to watch much match play. It was absolute match play masterclass there.
Definition of a match play situation.
It was brilliant. 2 good drives. One. Mark had flown it that bit longer. Approach play, he stiffs it. Colin puts it out to the right, and Colin makes an absolute monster putt for birdie, and then puts the pressure back on Mark. It was classic match play hole. Very enjoyable. Do you know, obviously this is probably the first time I've seen Sligo in the flesh. I've seen it on YouTube and stuff, but really, I was really impressed with it. It's just, it looks like
a beautiful
course. Fun golf course.
It's a beautiful golf course. And so now we're making our way up to the par 3 9th hole called Cast a Cold Eye, playing it at 167 yards. And a good chance for Colin, who has been hitting his irons pretty well now, to just force the issue and ask the question a little bit more of the young Mark Haddon, maybe.
Is that the tactic you'd go with, Johnny? I think he needs to just hang around and play smart golf. I don't think he has to go and chase this. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I think the birdie chances will come to him like they did today. I don't think he has to go hunting for them. And I think Mark is like a player that hunts birdies. And I'm not sure if today is the right day to go hunting them in these conditions.
Yeah.
I might be wrong.
I'm not going to pretend. I'll be honest with you, I'm not going to pretend to know how an elite Irish amateur championship golfer should play. But if it was me, if you had kind of stolen a win there, what kind of felt like you're saying was a bit of a dagger. If it was me and I'd won the hole, I would want to turn around and go, all right, cool. Now I'm going to go and just double that advantage and get the 2 up.
So this 9th hole, what I love is the wall behind us. It's hard to see through all the patrons, but there's traditional Irish wall all along the back of the green. And what I love is when you look at the green, the first thing you see is this revetted edge in that bunker, and you know if you're short, you're in that trap.
And then obviously you can't see it with the camera angle that we're using right now because we're just going to show Colin Campbell, the current leader, in all his glory, but behind the green and behind the fans, Ben Bull, and just kind of an ever-present kind of towering figure. And Colin's dropped the club there. He's not happy with that one whatsoever. Calls a 4. And that's gone out left, but the arm's gone up, and that's okay.
It's just dropped it's a little bit left. I think that's okay. Again, it'd be a tough little chip approach shot, but he's not dead.
He seems to be on those bunkers, front left of the green as well, so he should be okay. This flag pin position is 20 on, 6 in from the right, so severe fall off to the right hand side if you miss this green. I guess the risk is maybe Mark Haddon trying to draw this one in, leaving it out to the right and short siding himself.
Jack it off for Mark, Johnny. I think he means business. He gets that jumper tucked in under the arm. It looks like he's going to go after this.
He's looking well all the time.
He does look like a golfer, doesn't he, Johnny? Long levers.
Thank you everyone, by the way, as well for... And there we go. See, umbrellas are down and the applause comes in.
Right side of the pin. Lovely little shot.
Yeah, it's a very nice shot there from Mark Haddon. It's very nice. And I just want to say very quickly, thank you to everyone that is watching. There's hundreds of you on YouTube watching, another few hundred of you watching on Twitter as well, which is it's always really nice to see the support. Thank you everyone that's commenting as well. Yes, it does seem to have eased up for now, is what I will say. I feel like we've braved the worst of it. I do need to give a shout out to the production crew. If you are out in the golf course and you can see how we're doing this, we'll post a photo of the production buggy, not even a production van, but the production buggy after the broadcast. The cameraman and the production team doing stellar work and keeping the broadcast alive and staying dry. It's been very, very impressive. Just gotta say thank you to the production team. None of these things happen without them. We are a crew of 6 this time around, which is great, and it's great to be able to actually be in the championship coverage that we would like to do. The way they're going to play ball a bit more, that would be great. But
yeah, I can see why people leave Europe and go play in the PGA Tour. In terms of weather, Johnny, it'd be a lot easier if this was 35 degrees.
Exactly. Exactly.
Might need a few ice packs then.
So Mark Haddon's got
match play here.
Super golf shot in by Mark Haddon.
Absolutely brilliant golf shot, and again, this is match play. Colin now has to respond. He has to not this close.
Like we were saying, that this pin position, 6 in from the right. Mark finished 3 foot from the hole on the right hand side, really bringing serious risk of running off that fall off into that tiny little pop bunker, but he's done brilliantly. It's a great shot and a really good response to losing that hole there in the last.
So, listen, I'm not going to pretend I know a lot about him, and I think in one way it's kind of nice because all I'm seeing is him gunning for things, and as a golfer who's brave, he wants to attack pins, he's birdie hunting. But I think it's really refreshing to see someone with no fear. Even talking about it before. While wanting Colin Campbell, it's a breath of fresh air because he just wants to compete.
Colin Campbell, he has missed those bunkers left of the green, so he's just got a bit of rough to deal with the fair with here, but plenty of green, so hopefully now he'll just bump it up, play it off the bank as he is doing, running it up to the hole, a matter of feet. Oh my goodness.
That the hands, you could see the trajectory he put on the ball.
Beautiful golf shot.
Absolutely class. An artiste.
You can see there Mark not looking at him. He's walked away, looked into the distance. I'm not sure necessarily we're going to see that one conceded. It's only a couple of feet, but it could be a case of let's just see what I do here before anyone's picking it up. But no, that's no. Colin Campbell marking that.
And it's still actually Colin Campbell away.
Yeah, he's still a little bit further.
So. So a very good opportunity here now for Mark Haddon. Depending on what happens here, you know, could be very simple. Pick it up. We're all square here, bud. Or Colin makes this. Bit of pressure being put on Mark the first time that he's had it put to actually go on and win it. Well, okay, we're not going to see that because that's going to be conceded. Colin Campbell missed that low and to the right. We're back to all square.
Back to all square. I would say, is it a part of him maybe this one he didn't get to roll the birdie put in? Do you know?
Yeah.
I think that momentum can carry. It's, you know, that he didn't have to win that hole.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you know, and it's an interesting one. He didn't have to make the putt to win the hole. It was given because Colin Campbell had made a bogey. So he hasn't put the ball in the hole on a birdie and won it. You know, and you know, it's one of those things in your head. How does that make you feel? Do you just go back and go, I hit an unbelievable approach shot and my game's tidy now, or do you want to get that you know, roll the rock in?
Yeah. So what we're getting to now is the 10th hole, which I think we have a flyover for actually, just to give you a bit of a sense of how the hole is playing. Needless to say, when you see it here, the hole was not recorded in these weather conditions. It's gloriously sunny in the video, which it obviously is most days of the year in Sligo. It's always lovely and sunny, never rains. But it is 466 yards long, par 4, playing the 16th hardest, so on the 3rd easiest hole of the golf course. 10% of players during the stroke play qualifying rounds made birdie of it. So even though it's playing the 3rd easiest hole, you know, there's a still particularly low birdie conversion rate. 12 players of the 120 in the field making birdie. As the players are just making their way back, all the way back.
And
to
new
the
championship tee here as well, Johnny, just to add that little bit of length onto this hole, makes it that little bit tougher as well.
So you can see there the 10th hole, lovely little, well, not going to say lovely little, it's 466 yard par 4, there's nothing little about it in these weather conditions. Lovely par 4, but Mark Haddon first to play here after, you know, concession birdie, conceded birdie, but a fantastic approach shot. He's been hitting his irons in very well. On the approach on 8, the tee shot on 9, very nice.
It's been such a tight front line, Johnny. You kind of swinging back and forth, and some absolute quality golf shots, but also some nerves creeping in on some shots.
Big time, yeah, big time for sure. But Mark Haddon's tee shot looks like it's just gone down to the right hand side. I think he's got the okay though. Everything seems to be all right from his perspective. Colin Campbell is up next. It's really a tit for tat between the two players, isn't it? It's like it's not that no one's been comfortable, but it just really hasn't been a comfortable lead for
no,
either
not
of them.
at all. And I think that's made it all the more entertaining, to be honest. I don't want to say it's been like a 0-all, but it's been a very good 0-all, if that makes sense. It's been entertaining and there's been quality in it, and
yeah,
you know,
yeah, it'd be tough now to watch if one of them took a considerable lead and then gave it away. I'll tell you what we're actually going to do is we'll take a quick break because there's a bit of a walk for these players to get up to their balls. So whilst they're doing that, rather than watching them walk, we'll take a quick ad break.
Coverage of the 2026 Connolly Motor Group West of Ireland Amateur Open Championship is brought to you by the Bogeymen.
If you call a car Grandland, you make it grand. You design an electric logo. A super long battery range. And 50,000 intelligent LEDs.
It's grand.
Sure is.
New Opel Grandland. Available in hybrid and electric. Go grand.
Electricity man.
Some people think Liam is a gas man.
But I'm not.
Electricity?
Yes, we're called Flow Gas, but we do electricity too. The gas part about it is that the gas part of Flow Gas is only part of it.
What the gas, man?
He says the gas part is only part of it.
Well, that's gas.
No, it's electricity. Take it.
Go on.
When you think electricity, think Flow Gas. Switch now at flowgas.ie.
I wanna shout out to the world so they know my sweet baby loves me so. She got me going, yeah, she turns me on. She loves me, yeah, she loves me, and it blows my mind. Yeah, it blows my mind. She's my lover.
It's when you buy online at AIG.ie. It's got to be AIG.
Coverage of the 2026 Connolly Motor Group West of Ireland Amateur Open Championship is brought to you by the Bogeymen.
So welcome back to the Bogeymen's live coverage of the Connolly Motor Group West of Ireland Amateur Open Championship. It's delightful to be able to say we're bringing you live on-course coverage without any rain. And it's fantastic to be bringing this coverage with Golf Ireland and County Sligo Golf Club, of course. So both players have hit the fairway here on this 10th hole, as we mentioned, called Pinbulbin. Colin Campbell first to play. It really does seem like Mark Adden has just had Colin for length all day long, which I think might be leading into his just slightly better approach play. But it's been a very good shot there from Colin. It's just fallen off to the left hand side. He's got himself about 20 foot there for his birdie putt. Mark Adden up, we'll call it maybe 15-20 yards ahead of Colm. He's got, what would you say they got in about there, Michael? Call it like 180, 170, if even, not even. But it's a nice shot in from Mark Adden. He's hitting these lovely little draws in, and that is just a little bit long, a little bit deep into the green. But both players are essentially side by side. Of birdie looks from both players, and this is the 10th hole. They're making their way down, and this is gorgeous. And this is nearly tropic. Two lovely approaches. It really does seem that Mark Cadden likes to play that little draw. It's just been it's a shot shape that seems to have really served him very well, particularly in the last 3 holes. His approach into 8 was lovely. His tee shot there into 9 was fantastic. Really, it was absolutely super. And again, there I think his approach into 10 was, it wasn't mind blowing in terms of stitching it close, but it was just really consistent, very solid, and just again, as I was saying, just mature.
Yeah, I think that, I don't know, I have a feeling if the weather can stay like this, I think both lads could catch fire now and really go at each other's throats. Really solid golf last couple of holes. Quality's kind of started shining through now the weather has died down. I think it's gonna, I mean, they say back nine of West of Ireland is when things get spicy.
The championship doesn't begin to the back nine. Yeah, at Ross's point. Well, good to know that now we're entering into the real championship and the weather is also cooperating. So, happy days. Yeah, both players hitting the green here. It's lovely seeing Ben Bulben there in the background. It's a great golf course. I know we were saying that I've walked it a couple of times, but neither of us have played this golf course. So.
It's held in such esteem and it's on. It really, even taken my breath away in certain areas and certain viewpoints, and just the design of each hole is absolutely fantastic.
No, it's a beautiful golf course, really. It's obviously formerly Harry Colt design. Some renovation work carried out by Pat Ruddy. He's done a few things. European, have you heard of it? Ballylivin.
That doesn't exist anymore.
Oh, yeah. So Pat Ruddy, obviously, a great golf course designer, and then obviously some renovation work being done by Martin Ebert now. But Colin Campbell, just off the green, putter in hand. Stop walking across the camera. Great touch, though. Very good. Yeah, generous concession, but I guess that's generous between you and me. We gave each other nothing. But it was a good putt there from Colin. He's in for par. The match of the stands is still all square, and Mark had another opportunity to get his nose ahead and get himself to 1 up.
Back into his routine.
It's a good putt there from Mark Cadden. Ooh, in the jaws of it. But there we go. The hole is halved in pars again. It's a great display. Really tight. Really, really sketchy.
The disappointment on Mark's face just didn't drop.
That's it. He's doing all the right things. He's putting himself into the right positions. He's hitting the good approaches. They're just literally coming up inches short. Yeah. So the nice thing about the 10th and 11th is that it's that little out and back along the peninsula here with Ben Bulben in the background. 11th hole, Lissadell. It's got a tee box that's a little bit lower down. So again, these players are going to be hitting up onto this fairway. The entire fairway cambers from left to right. So with Mark Adnan on that little draw he likes to hit, should be very nice. Start up the middle, the left centre of the fairway. It'll come in on the right hand side. Wind obviously now coming in from their left hand side. So him hitting a draw, the wind will just hold it up nicely for him.
Yeah, I think it's a tricky hole to stay on the fairway. That's the key to this, is to put it into a decent spot in the fairway.
Yeah, he's been playing the third hardest in the strokes gained across the first 2 rounds of qualifying. With an average score of 4.6, 46% of scores in the opening rounds of stroke play qualifying were bogeys. So it's it's been showing its teeth in a big way this hole.
Yeah, I think you will be able to see is with like the fairway runs off into onto the right, so everything's going to go right. But on the right hand side, it runs you straight into pretty nasty rough. That'll be near on if you go into there, near on impossible to make a par from there. Like and that's why this hole you have got to play it to the left hand side. Mark on the tee first. Driver in hand.
Four has been called there as a ball. Just again, it was coming down to the right hand side. Seems like everyone's hands gone up. It's safe. It's all good. Colin Campbell now. The opportunity to maybe hit a fairway and ask the question of his playing partner. Lissadell playing at 480 yards, par 4.
So just for those people who aren't on the right hand side, that's where you want to avoid.
This one's starting down the centre of the fairway. It looks like centre
Again, we don't
right.
know till it hits that. It's going to bounce. It's going to run right.
It's rolled down the right hand side of the fairway to that collection area on the fairway though. So
yeah, I think that's going to sit onto the fairway for him. I think he's happy enough with that shot.
That should be all good. Now, speaking of the Connolly Motor Group West of Ireland Amateur Open Championships and of provincial Grand Slam winners, there's also another Grand Slam winner who has won the West of Ireland, and that is, of course, Rory McIlroy. As part of our deep dive series, we had a look back at Rory winning and being the youngest person to have won the West of Ireland. 11 years on, in 2005, Ireland's greatest golfing star began creating his legacy at the early age of 15. Rory McIlroy became the youngest ever winner of the West in just his second appearance in the championship. Although Rory was just 15 years of age, Jerry knew his son was going to be a serial winner and famously went into the County Sligo Golf Club bookmakers to put a wager on his son.
Yeah, Jerry McIlroy arrived in here when Rory was 15, as you say, and he there was a local man, God rest him now, Dominic Rooney, who used to run the book, as we call it upstairs, and he used to take the bets on the West of Ireland. And Jerry McIlroy comes in and he said, "You have a price there on Rory McIlroy?" And Dominic goes, "Yeah, 16 to 1 or 30 to 1 or whatever it was. I can't remember what the actual amount was." And Jerry says, "I'll have 100 on that." So the guy, Tom Gavin, God rest him too, who passed away last year, Tom arrived back to Dominic, who they did the book jointly, and said, "Did you have many bets?" "I took 100 there on some young fella, McIlroy." And Tom says, "You did what? Do you not know who he is? He's the next big star." And Dominic goes, "No, that's grand, it's grand, we'll have it covered." But anyway, as luck happened for Jerry McIlroy, his bet came off and Rory won. And I think Dominic and Tom spent a couple of years mulling over would they continue to do the book again, because they lost their shirt on that one, because you know yourself, you might have a player coming in who might have a tenner on himself at 20 to 1 or whatever it is to have a bit of interest. But I think Jerry came in he knew what he was doing, and he knew that his young fellow was going to be the next star. And unfortunately, Dominic didn't know his golf as well as Tom did, and it ended up that they got well clean that year. But you know what? They probably made there's not a poor bookie. Like, in fairness to Paddy Power and Ladbrokes and Boyle Sports, none of them are poor fellas.
Ryder Cup superstar Shane Lowry went on to follow his friend Rory to win the West of Ireland in 2008, a year before winning the Irish Open at County Louth as an amateur. Shane, Rory and Porrick all hold unique pieces of history as the only men to win the West, the Close, the Irish Open and the Open Championship. It's not just tour players who have won the West, and in 2012 Harry Diamond lifted the West of Ireland trophy himself. After 4 days of grueling rain, hail and gale force winds, the sun broke through for the 2012 final and Harry Diamond won 1-up over Stephen Healy. Before the final, Rory texted Harry and said, "Get your name on the board alongside the good players." After claiming the championship, Harry responded to Rory, "I'm 1-up on you this year. I've got one major, you haven't any yet."
Colin Campbell here with his approach. Found on the middle of the fairway, which is great. Didn't kind of jump down into that little hollow that we thought he did. So have a approach maybe about 165 yards into this pin. Again, little elevated green, so it's a bit above him. But he will be hitting first. Again, you can even see on our camera everything sloping left to right. So he's going to have to play this up left hand side for it to play down. Good strike. It's gone left a little. Has bounced down. Oh, and moving closer to the hole. Middle of the green. Very well played by Colin Campbell. He has stuck it into the middle of the green. Beautiful use of the camber of the left hand side. Mark now, again, into the rough. You can see it there on your screens. Lie looks okay. Again, looks to be sitting up, so he shouldn't have a problem getting a club on it. Probably a little bit closer, so we're probably maybe talking 155 maybe into the green. But again, you can see how everything is sliding left, so he's going to have to play this up to the left hand side, just like Colin did.
It looked like a pretty tough lie there. It looked like it was quite a bit buried, so for him to get it out, it was very well. But
I think it looked okay. I think it was. To be honest, we were arguing on this, but to me it was like you can get a club on it. It looked a little bit high, but I think to you, who's a 4-handicapper, it didn't look great. But I think maybe you're right. He's come up just a little. He's on the green, but he's a little short. But again, good shot from there. It's going to be Colin to putt first. Good response by Mark after leaking a drive out to the right hand side.
That's the I think that's the funny difference between you and me. And I guess our golf games is, I look at something with it slightly off as a lie, and I go, oh, it's a terrible lie. You look at it and go, I got a shot. I can get this out. And to be fair to them, both of them on the green.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I feel it was kind of sitting up a little bit. I think you're right. The flyer, you're going to get a flyer, but that, especially with the way it's kind of sitting up, it means like, oh, it's on a tee. This is great. You know, I think the better the golfer, the more you want that crisp, clean fairway. I don't mind a little semi-rough.
Fairway, never been there. So both players here with long range birdie attempts. Colin Campbell just getting a little bit beyond pin high, which is nice. So he's going to have slightly downhill putt. Mark Cadden with the longer effort coming up. It's going to be uphill as well a little bit. I think it might be a little bit slower for Mark Cadden. Mark's putt looks like everything else in this hole. The putt is going to fall from left to right. But he's going to have a pretty good dig to get over that initial little mound, just where the ball stopped, and then it should run away toward the back right of the green. So as you can see there in the background, gorgeous Ben Bulbin just making his presence felt over Ross's Point. So Mark Cadden with his putt, long range effort coming up.
I think you can just see the vista of County Sligo Golf Club was so cool with that.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
All along the coast.
Good putt. As you're saying, just slowly falling to his right. Didn't quite break as much as he thought, but a very good effort. He's given himself, well, we'll call that 3 foot. Yeah, well, do you know, it's actually got to a point where there are so many people out there on the golf course. You're just like, oh, I can't quite see. It's great to see. It's the great thing about the amateur championships is how well supported they are. There's a good few hundred people here out on the golf course. It's the furthest part of the property as well, has to be said. So their commitment, they stuck through the squally weather, and they're here now to enjoy the almost sunshine.
Is this sunshine?
Is it almost? Almost sunshine.
There's birds chirp anyway.
That could be a bad sign.
They're not imported like other golf courses, rumour has it.
Colin Campbell now with a chance to
the opportunity to get back to one ahead. It is still all square through 11. Balls away. It's just slid by on the low side, but that's got to be conceded. It is indeed. Con Campbell is in there for his par. Mark Cadden with a little bit of a tester to half the hole and to remain all square in the match. All square or tied? Which do you prefer?
Tied.
You like tied? Okay.
I prefer tied. It's more of a sport.
Whoa.
I think all square. In what game at Connect 4? Yeah. We're tied. It's tied. It's a tied game here, Johnny. We're going into overtime.
We're going to go into the clubhouse and Ross is here now, and that'll be the thing people will be talking about. Is it tied or is it all square? And it's neither of those things, unfortunately. That's tough. That's
That is
tough one
tough.
to take. But
And that kind of maybe the story of a lot of his
day
holes.
so far. Yeah.
Burning edges, that's a lip out. That's,
Poor, didn't do anything wrong.
No, played the hole very well.
Hit a good shot, played a very good second, gave himself a good look at it with his third, and just, unfortunately, just very harsh slip out there, and just didn't quite go his way. We're now on to the 12th hole, aptly named Lighthouse. This is one of the holes with a new green constructed on it. I think the new green only just opened up in the last few, I want to say days, but I'm going to say in the last 2 weeks. Within the last 2 weeks, this green is only just opened up. It's lovely, it looks like a lovely infinity green now. The approach into it's really nice. It's a gorgeous complex. When I was doing the location scout for the course, really nice, very very impressive green complex, really nice. As I've said now like 5 times, it is really nice.
Yeah, I think you're looking at the strategic bunkers all the way along and kind of catchment areas. I think you got to hit this up the left. I think giving it up the left gives you a shot in and actually look at the green.
For sure. And like we were saying, both of them seems to be hitting draws off the tee all day long. So with this wind coming in off the left, the hole slightly moving from right to left, they'll like this shot to hit the ball, hold it up into the wind, and hold on to that fairway.
So
that is a nice drive from Colin Campbell. He
wants it
just watching it a little bit more. Scoring average across the stroke play qualifying was 5.4, so 10th hardest hole in the championship there so far. It's you looking at the scoring averages these, and you're just like, it's only the 10th or 14th hardest, and you're just like, how hard have the 1 and 2 index?
I know.
Hardest holes must have been the scoring index on them must have been crazy.
I think this must be so weird for members here if you're handicapped, depending on the weathers, because you could really be like 18 over was a good score today with that rain and wind.
Yeah.
Was leaking a little
Mark
left.
hadn't pulling that one to the left.
Looked like a 3-wood, Johnny, didn't it?
Yeah. So as the I think. So we were talking about Mark Cadden's journey to get into this final, and one of the players that he had to take down was Keelan Rafferty, which he did in very impressive fashion. People that follow Irish amateur golf will know that Keelan Rafferty last year won the provincial slam, winning the North, South, East and West. And we did this piece here as part of the West of Ireland with Keelan, talking about winning the West of Ireland, but also winning the provincial slam.
In 2019, Keelan Rafferty won the West of Ireland Amateur Open Championship 6 years before completing the Provincial Grand Slam, becoming the first man to win the North, South, East and West of Ireland Amateur Open Championships.
I would see him, I'd know of Keelan Rafferty, I'd see the fact that he's won tournaments, but then when he won and it was the first one to do all the provincial tournaments, that is a genuine achievement when you look at the how many people have played over the years, how many people will have claimed to be the best player, the most dominant player in amateur golf, how many great amateurs we've had, sustained amateurs, and he's the first to do it, which is very, very impressive, sets himself apart.
Yeah, it's definitely means a lot more now that I got a bit of time to sink in, and obviously spend a bit of time with the four cups over Christmas. The lads were good enough to let me take them up for a couple of social gatherings. But yeah, look, it's nice to be able to do it, and you listen to stories, and I know someone mentioned how was 6 have done the Grand Slam, and there's only one has done the Irish Slam and stuff like that there. So it's a cool feeling. The West is kind of shake off the cobwebs and get going. Look, if I was in college, so we got to play in St Andrews the week before it. Not so good was the 5-shot lead I had there that I squandered on the last day, and had similar going into the final of the West. So again, it was a completely different feeling. I was definitely more relaxed on that final day, because as I say, it wasn't that long, or as you say, it wasn't that long since the last one. I knew the feelings I was going to have, I suppose.
Caelan winning 4 championships is a genuine achievement that, when we look back at the greats of the game, of amateur game, he's done it.
Okay, and so Mark Cadden here on the left-hand side of the 10th hole, the 11th hole, 12th hole. Apologies now. He's just talking to a rules official. I think he's gone back to the tee box. Mark Cadden has had to re-tee because I don't think that they found that first tee ball from him. So he has gone back. So he's just jumping into the buggy to go and hit a provisional. So we'll just move over to the left-hand side of this fairway. We'll get out of his way here. So he's just hitting provisional. I don't think it's been declared as a new ball. The rules official just told him to hit a provisional, and that would be a pity. Now it'd be a disappointing way for Mark to go to possibly 2 down if he was to lose the ball off the tee and go down that way. Particularly after getting a bit of a gut punch.
I think to be fair to all the people that are here watching are up trying to look for it up the top there, trying to see if they can find it for him. But but I think when we saw it, it looked to be okay. I think we had a few hands up, so Seamus had to go back and then hit it.
Yeah, you're just kind of hoping that. We're just going to keep moving over here a little bit. I think not that we're in his line, but the spectators are also looking for his ball. So I think they're all kind of standing where he's aiming. So Mark is kind of waiting to see what's happening, but also waiting for people to potentially move, because they are stood precisely where I think he is trying to start the ball. Although now there's a bit of communications, and it seems like the ball has actually been found. I'm getting thumbs up from 1 or 2. Yeah, I'm getting thumbs up from 1 or 2 of the spectators that his ball has actually been found. And so Mark Cadden is... Yeah, sorry. After this live sport, what are you going to do? So we're getting confirmation from a couple of the spectators that Mark's golf ball has actually been found. The first tee ball has been found. So he's jumped back in the buggy. He's making his way back up the fairway.
Interested now to what he's feeling, thinking, I'm going to have to go back. That's probably me out of this hole. To now he's got, okay, it's found. Let's go. We've got a chance. And
100%.
So I think momentum might swing him in here, which would be interesting to go how he responds to this now that he's, it's found.
For sure.
Let's go and stick this in close.
I'll tell you what, let's us head up there that way as well. See what his lie is like. See how the ball's sit in, because obviously it took him a good few people to find it. So I can't imagine it's going to be the prettiest of lies, but let's go see where he's at. He's got to be relieved. Going well.
Huh?
It's going well. Yeah, the weather looks good. They're going through the process of identifying the ball here now. They're trying to see if it might be plugged. If it's plugged, he's going to get relief. You know, maybe it's a question of someone stepped on it, pressed it down. They're having conversations around it now. No, it looks like it's just play it as it lies. He's not particularly happy about that. First time he's gone properly. He's not even properly wayward. He's maybe 15 yards left of the fairway. Like he's caught there a little bit of cabbage is what really seems, and that seems to be his trickiest. Could you hear what was the situation?
It seems to be buried in a complete nest. I think it was actually Connolly found by accident, but he's now looking at taking it unplayable and coming back.
Okay.
He can so rules officially he can come back as far back as he wants.
Sure.
Don't even, he's just looking at it and put a tee in now, see if he can move it.
Okay, no, he's taking the unplayable. He's picked the ball up.
But interesting now where he drops it. If you bring it back to where we're standing, that's a complete blind, impossible shot. If he can then move it to the back left behind him, then it depends on the drop onto the lie. So it's an interesting decision.
So the ball's in his pocket here now.
But I think the big question is now, where does he drop it?
Yeah.
Does he come back onto flat grass like
well,
back here?
It doesn't look like it. He's gone 2 club lengths is what he's taken. Trying to give himself best line, but like you're saying, some kind of visibility over the green and where he's going to go. Like we're saying, this new green is one of the that infinity green I was talking about. And you can just see that the amount of people just around him.
I think if he comes back to where we are, it's even impossible. Maybe he's using a shot scope, and it'd be impossible for a shot scope to try and get a yardage to a green from there. It'd be a lot of mats. It doesn't go through land. But if he plays there, he can get a really good number, and then trust the number.
Yes.
Possibly. Okay.
Yeah. I think he's got really unfortunate with the kind of the patch that he finished in, because it's not overly long or overly, it's obviously penal, but it's not overly, it's not in cabbage in hay over here. As you can see there from the camera shot, he's there taking this drop now from his knee. It's it's not sat down too bad at all. That's okay. So that ball's back in play. So he's taking a penalty drop for a second. He's now playing his 3rd shot here. Mark and his caddy just kind of now talking through what their options are. Distance-wise, what are we talking here, Michael? So we're looking at what? About 266, 270 to the middle of this green. He's got a wood in hand, it's a par 5, 531 yards. He kind of has to force the issue now a little bit. It's a great strike. Pierced it dead straight right at the green. It's a beautiful shot. That's a really good shot. He's got to be happy with that.
The fans should probably let him walk after so we can see it.
But now
after all that, is a lot of decision making, a lot of maths to go into that.
It was very good. It was a great shot there by Mark Haddon. He kept his head, kept his cool. You could very easily get flustered in that situation. He didn't at all. But on the flip side of that, Colin Campbell, big weight. He had to wait for his opponent to go back to the tee, come back from the tee to the fairway, take his drop, make his decision, and then hit his 3rd shot. Colin Campbell now hitting his 2nd shot, 3 wood in hand.
He's got about 250 to the middle of the green for Colin.
And this is what I was talking about, the beautiful looking infinity green.
Mhm.
You can just see the green there in the distance. It looks like it just runs straight into the ocean. Colm just kind of clicking there, trying to get it to sit down. Seems happy enough with it.
We're getting a bit of the open vibe here. All right, the coffers having finished their backswing and people are marching, walking and marching.
No
on.
ropes out here, bud. No ropes out here. It's great to see. And again, you get that sense, you can see it here on camera, just how many people are walking along this fairway with this final group, with this championship final, as well as the hundreds of people watching online, which is great to see and really good. And listen, I know we've obviously mentioned it before, but just want to say thank you very much to Golf Ireland for supporting us for these broadcasts, and obviously all of our partners. But I think the biggest thank you has got to go out to the hundreds and hundreds of you who are watching this live. And I'm going to ask a little bit of a favour, if I can do, and for those of you that are watching on YouTube, please subscribe to the Bogeyman YouTube channel. Your support to these channels means that we can go to more championships, means that we can cover more championships. We can try and cover them in the best possible way we can. I think big learning from today is try and find something waterproof for the camera equipment to try and protect it from these westerly winds and very, very wet rain. Score on the door as well, I think is worth repeating at the moment, is Con Campbell is 1 up. And I'll tell you what, let's do a little impromptu interview here. Mark McGowan from Irish Golfer Magazine. How are you? You've been here all week. You've been doing great work. I've been really enjoying the daily updates and the walk a hole with me videos. It's been great.
Oh, thank you very much, Johnny. Yeah, it's been a long week, but a really enjoyable week. Obviously, we've got all 4 seasons, as you expected, west of Ireland, but sure, it's part of the charm.
So speaking of the all 4 seasons, Storm Dave played havoc with round 2 in a very big way. Did you manage to stay somewhat dry?
Well, for my sins, I decided to go out on the course, and I went far enough out that there was kind of no point in going back in, because I couldn't get any wetter than I already was.
You just accepted your fate.
But yeah, I mean, it was as rough conditions as I've ever been on a golf course for, and I thought the final here last year was bad, but that was bad for about an hour.
Okay,
and
wow.
This was probably 2.5, 3 hours I was out there in those conditions, and it only got worse after they actually suspended play. So
right.
I mean, it was not just the right decision; it was the only decision on the day.
I can imagine. Overall, can I get your thoughts on how the championship has been playing out? Obviously, we've got kind of a bit of conditions today, but the calibre of golf in westerly conditions like this early in the year, it's a tough ask with these guys.
Absolutely. I mean, the quality that's been served up in, as you said, really, really tough conditions to go a little bit Tiger Woods on it. And
really tough out there.
This is also the first championship that these guys are playing. So it's later on in the season, when they've had a lot more golf under their belts. But like I said, the quality that's been served up has been of the highest order. You can't speak highly enough of how good these guys are and how easy they make it look.
Oh, Colm Campbell's ball just falling on top of the ridge. Didn't know a ball could actually sit there. How has this final been then for you? I think the word that we've been using to describe it's been cagey. It's been very nip and tuck between the two.
It has. I mean, Colm's putter has been the difference in the match up to this. He's hold the key putts, and Mark unfortunately hasn't gotten anything to drop yet. I mean, back there on 11, he was desperately unlucky to leave one right on the lip.
I felt that was a tough way to lose a hole after the back and forth they had across 8 and 9. It's a tough way to go down.
Yeah, I know, absolutely. Oh, sorry, yeah, he 3-putted 11. Sorry, I was thinking of 10 where he left it on the lip. Yeah, but I'm not sure where Mark's. He's just short of the green here, is he?
He is, yeah.
Yeah,
in 3 after taking that unplayable as well.
I mean, the shot he hit after taking the drop was just absolutely unbelievable.
Oh my God, it's great.
It just came out like a bullet. But I mean, it's great to see the young guys showing up again this year like we had last year, and 18-year-old Dylan Holmes winning, 2 19-year-olds. I mean, they were 18 last month.
Yeah. Oof, that one's just slid by about 5 or 6 foot by. So, to be fair to him, he gave it a go. After taking the unplayable, he had to. And you're dead right. That shot he hit there from the rough was an absolute bullet. It was gorgeous. It was very, very nice. This new green, what do you think of it?
This new green, I think it's fabulous. I think it's incredible. The old hole, I used to maybe not make friends with some of the members here, and I used to suggest that it was maybe the most disappointing hole on the course simply because I think it's on the most impressive piece of property, and I just thought it could have been better.
Sure.
Now I think it is everything that it could be.
Yeah.
It's an absolutely fabulous green. It's the backdrop with Black Rock Lighthouse there in the distance, and the green dropping into the Atlantic Ocean is just incredible.
Yeah. And that one's just slid blind.
It's got a little bit of work to do there.
Yeah.
It's got 3 feet. It's not one you'd be giving to your friend on a Sunday morning, and it's definitely not one you're giving in the west of Ireland.
Absolutely not, no. What's next for you then, championship coverage wise?
Good question. I'm not sure. We'll find out. We'll sit down with all the crew and over the next couple of weeks and properly plan out our year. Things have been a little bit kind of hectic for me lately since I've just become a father. So
congratulations.
Jesus. So yeah, sleep and everything has been a bit.
This has been a great quiet week for you.
This has been like a holiday now. Unfortunately, my poor wife has been taking all the brunt at home. So yeah, whenever this is over, I'll have to.
You have a welcome home waiting for you.
I've got a lot of nappies to be changed over the next couple of days to make up for my week out here.
And that kind of is symptomatic of Mark's day, really, isn't it? That one just slid by, and the putters last couple of holes has just let him down a little bit. Unfortunately,
it is, and when you're playing somebody that's as solid with the flat stick as Colin is,
he's miserly. It's
now,
kind of the way I was thinking of it.
I'm possibly jinxing him now as he's looking at this 3-footer.
Oh yeah,
I did jinx him. Wow.
So it remains 1 up. They tie the hole in the end. Yeah, wow, big moment. You had to say that's a big moment. Big moment for Mark. Bit of a let off
well,
there.
There's a massive difference between 1 up with 6 to play and 2 up with 6 to play. So yeah, he definitely got off the hook there. It just goes back to show that taking the drop and playing an excellent shot down was the right course. Because if he tried to hack that out of the rough, chances are it probably wouldn't have gone
80 yards.
Wouldn't have gone anywhere.
Yeah, exactly.
And could have buried even deeper in front of him. So good, wise head on young shoulders.
Exactly.
So
that's what I've been saying. He's been playing very mature throughout the round today. Obviously, we haven't seen too much of him in the lead up to this championship, but it's been very good. Listen, we're going to let you get off. Go.
Thank you very much,
Continue
guys.
coverage. Thank you very much.
Been a
Congratulations
pleasure.
on everything as well.
And great to see you here doing great coverage, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing it all.
Thank you very much. He's a gent. That guy, Mark. He's a lovely guy. So
huge let off there. I think he's
massive let off there from Mark Cadden.
Was he thanking his lucky stars after that? Colin must be kicking himself.
Yeah. I think we really were that was the commentator's curse there in a big way. We were talking about how miserly he's been with the putter. He hasn't been missing. He made that big putt to get one ahead initially on 8, and then Mark just letting him off a little bit there on 11. But I think if Mark let Colm off there on 11, Colm did him the favour back there on the 12th. But up now, 13th hole, par 3, 174 yards. Wind is playing into and off their right.
So it's still Colin to hit first. Wind coming in from right to left.
So far in this championship, only 8% of players have been making birdie on this par 3. Scoring average has been 3.2, so 2/3 of the field have been making par on this hole. It really seems like unless something goes wrong for one of these players, they're going to have this in pars, move on to onto the next. But equally, still not an easy hole by any stretch of the imagination. Bunkers kind of pepper themselves around this green, and there's also pretty significant drop off from green for tee box to green. Apologies. So ahead of the coverage of the final, we spoke to the captain of County Sligo Golf Club to talk about just how important this championship is to the club. Hugh Arnold, you're the captain here for County Sligo Golf Club for 2026. How has the Connolly Motor Group West of Ireland Amateur Championship been holding up so far?
Thanks, Johnny. Holding up great. We had a bit of a rain delay cancellation on Saturday, but apart from that, a very successful championship. You can see, the quality of the players coming through the field, coming towards today, the final day. And again, the conditions here are so tough in the west of Ireland. It's those players who have the determination and I suppose the mental strength to work their way through it. So, I think you're playing 9 rounds over the weekend. Again, I've walked the course and I'm wrecked, so I can only imagine what it's like for the players. But the weather's dry today, and we're looking forward to a great final.
There's been some very good local representation from the club so far. How great has it been to see so many local faces and young faces representing the club?
Yeah, we had a sweep the other night, and I think there were 4 local players into the final. So unfortunately, we lost Aegon Brady yesterday, but it was great to see local participation. One of the Letterkenny players, Cian Harkin, just mentioned to me this morning before he teed off, he had never played in such a crowd. So there was hundreds out there yesterday watching. So it's great. But again, here in County Sligo, the last winner officially was Cecil Ewing back a long time ago before I was born. So we'll have to wait for another year. But again, it's great for the area to see that all the local support is out. So maybe next year.
Like every year with the West of Ireland Amateur Championship, the weather has a massive role to play. For this year now, for the Connolly Motor Group 2026 West of Ireland, how big a role has it played so far?
As usual, Johnny has played a massive role in it. On day one, some players got out early. I was here as a starter on the Friday morning. I wouldn't say it's flat calm, but beautiful conditions. As the day progressed, it got much windier. I think on Saturday was forecast 100 mile an hour or 100 kilometre an hour wind. So, for example, David Brady went out early on the Saturday morning. He shot 2 over in really difficult conditions, but because the event had to be cancelled because of the warning, he didn't get through. So even yesterday, high winds again. For us playing each par 4 would be 3, possibly a 4-shotter. These young guys are hitting 2-iron stingers, 220 odds. So it's just beyond our abilities, but it's great and fantastic to see them.
And so in your experience as a member of the club, and you're well used to the golf course itself, what attribute have you noticed is a winning attribute amongst the past championships?
Yeah, I would say that's steely determination. These guys are as fit as a fiddle now. We turn up, rock up on a Sunday morning, jump out of the car and tee off. That's the way to do it. They're down stretching, they're eating proper food, probably no late nights, So that's what it is. Again, what I said before, the mental strength that they're able to just play 36 holes in a day, keep themselves fed and watered, and you'll find that the champion who comes through is as fit as a fiddle.
So welcome back to the Bogeyman's coverage of the Connolly Group West of Ireland Amateur Open Championship. You just missed, unfortunately, Mark Cadden's birdie attempt. He had a 25-footer. He left it about pin high, but he finished low the hole by about 3 to 4 foot. So he's got about as tricky. He had about as tricky a putt as Colin Campbell had there on the last hole, but Colin with an opportunity to make birdie here, and again just force the issue, get himself back with the 2 up, or get 2 up for the first time, and he's missed it on the high side.
A little bit of frustration kicking in now.
Yeah,
Colin, it's 2 really good opportunities he's let slide,
and so obviously, of course, Mark has the chance to tie the hole, but Colin wants to be putting this beyond the conversation, get it out of his hands.
You could argue he should be 3 up.
after the last 2 putts. Yeah.
So, I think he'd split it afterwards. He'd say those 2 holes they should have been won.
Yeah. But this is far from in the hole. But Mark's going to want to settle his own nerves, put any doubt out of his own mind, and I think you'll see a confident putt here now from him to save his par. There we go. Par is saved. The hole is halved. Colin Campbell of Warren Point Golf Club remains 1 up as the players are making their way up to Mahon's Burn, the 14th hole, par 4. Lovely hole with a nice elevated tee box as the players are going to walk beyond past us here up the hill.
It's an absolute great hole again. That burn that they call it comes back into play, and I'm not sure how. Won't be too. I don't think other players too long to get into that burn, but it'll definitely have to be in their thoughts if they go left. Start the water on the left hand side's probably about 150, 160 yards all the way along that left hand side.
Just look at that view. That's love it. Love to see that many people out in the golf course supporting the local championships and supporting their amateur championships. But it's also just what a gorgeous piece of land, isn't it?
Yeah.
What an incredible place to put a golf course. The sea there coming in on the right hand side. There's a couple of great holes coming up now over this closing stretch, and this is kind of the start of a beautiful closing stretch of 5 holes.
So I think both players are going to have to go to the right hand side here. There's one little pop bunker that might catch things, but I'd say they're definitely long enough to fly over that. Anyone on that right hand side, right edge of the fairway, gives them a great shot in. Left, then they're dealing with the burn. Right, left really isn't great here.
No, on top of everything else, with that burn coming in on the left hand side, finishing out on the left hand side of the fairway is just going to give you a slightly longer approach into this green. I don't know if these guys are going. They are going driver off the tee.
I
know it is straight into the wind from this hole today, but the wind has really died down from what we had a couple of hours ago.
And massively, and I think 5th hardest hole this week, averaging around 4.6. So it has caught a lot of lads, especially coming to the end of your round. So.
Yeah, drivers away. 4 right calls. And
we've no hand up yet, John.
No hand up just yet, which is a little concerning.
We've no one on the ground though, which is good.
You're so optimistic.
It must be okay.
Yeah, I think it's got to be safe enough. There hasn't been any kind of running around or rustling and bustling.
I can see why Sligo Golf Club is some people's favourite golf course in the world.
Oh, it's beautiful.
I really am blown away by it.
It's a stunning golf course. Mark Haddon's tee ball is away there. That's safe as houses. And we'll be continuing our coverage of the Connolly Motor Group West of Ireland just after this.
Coverage of the 2026 Connolly Motor Group West of Ireland Amateur Open Championship is brought to you by the Bogeymen.
If you call a car Grandland, you make it grand. You design an electric logo. Grand. A super long battery range. Grand. And 50,000 intelligent LEDs. It's grand. Sure is.
New Opel Grandland. Available in hybrid and electric. Go Grand.
Electricity man.
Some people think Liam is a gas man.
But I'm not.
Electricity.
Yes, we're called Flow Gas, but we do electricity too. The gas part about it is that the gas part of Flow Gas is only part of it.
What the gas man?
He says the gas part is only part of it.
Well, that's gas.
No, it's electricity. Take it.
Go on.
When you think electricity, think Flowgas. Switch now at flowgas.ie.
I wanna shout out to the world so they know my sweet baby loves me so. She got me going, yeah, she turns me on. She loves me, yeah, she loves me, and it blows my mind. Yeah, it blows my mind. She's my lover.
Coverage of the 2026 Connolly Motor Group West of Ireland Amateur Open Championship is brought to you by the Bogeymen.
And welcome back to the Connolly Motor Group West of Ireland Amateur Open Championship. Colin Campbell here, just right of the fairway, hitting his approach in. Ball was actually sitting in a great spot. I know he made the 4 call off the tee box, but he was in A1 position, to be honest with you. And Mark Catton's only 10, maybe 15 yards to his left. They're both in great position. So tucked pin position here on this 14th hole, correct, exactly. The pin is, I'll just get the tee sheet for you here, apologies. The pin is 13 on from the front, 4 in from the right. So it is a tucked pin on the front right, as you might be able to see in the distance there. So not a huge amount of green to work with if you want to attack this flag. And there's a bit of a runoff as well if you come up short or if you fall off right. If you go straight at this flag, if you go straight at this pin. But Mark Catton here now, playing his approach. Again, kind of like a mid-iron, low iron in hand. And that shot's gone. He was walking after it, not too happy, but there's a greenside applause. Happy, and yeah, the ball's on the green there. He's got a good look at it. Michael, did you get a yardage there for what they had in?
No, it wasn't too long. I think they both of them went up right, which was the right play.
Shortened the hole a bit.
Yeah, and they both had decent enough lies.
Yeah, Colin Campbell making that 4 call off the tee, and in the end it was a great little position, good line. The lie seemed very nice.
There was a good few people kind of standing there, though. Do you know what I mean?
Getting a bit close.
Yeah, it was getting a bit close. So I think, as you said, we got a round of applause there for.
No, it's super. It's good caliber golf. The conditions now as well have eased. There's a bit of a wind there to ask the questions of the golfers, I think, more so than anything. But now we're into good scoring conditions. There's already enough going on with championship final round. I think that these are nice, ideal conditions to to play this final few holes. Not that you'd hate it gets decided by the wind or the rain, but you would much rather it gets decided by the good golf rather than anything else. So your first time walking this course, as the weather's become less of a factor.
Mhm.
What do you make of it? These, I think each of the kind of quadrants or groups of 6 holes kind of have an individual identity. Like these final 6 holes.
Yeah, again, I definitely agree with
strong.
that. I agree with that. It's phenomenal. It just looks like such a fun golf course to play that you're looking forward to hit every single shot. Now, I think it could be absolutely beat you up and spit you out, and that
We've seen that this week as well.
Yeah,
that's not something that only happens to us mid handicap amateurs.
I do feel it would be very high up my list when we do get to play. I think it'll shoot up very high, and that it's been a while since I've walked a course and got really excited about playing it.
Yeah.
More than actually, because you get excited when you play a course, but it jumped each hole. A really fun, thinking hole.
Yeah, I agree. So first to play here, after both players have hit the green in regulation, first to play is going to be Colin Campbell. So he went straight at this flag, dead on line, coming up, maybe call it like a couple of yards short. This putt looks like, to me, it's gonna be slow at the start, but slow is relative. It's gonna be uphill, fall off to the right a little bit. There it is, and good by Colin Campbell there.
Yeah.
Left himself a couple of feet. I can't see Mark giving that one. Tell you what,
No.
though, that just shows what I know. He did give that one. He didn't.
Oh, that's
So,
interesting. I think it's.
Column's in there for his par. These lads are very, very generous, aren't they? Very friendly. You and I don't give anything.
Well, that's because we're terrible putters. Well, actually, you're actually not that bad. I'm a terrible putter. Again, he probably was going to miss it from there. It was quite close, but also this means, he has a birdie attempt, knocks past. It's going to be a par, so.
Mm-hmm. So, again, Mark Haddon has given himself the opportunity to win the hole and get himself back to all square. We're tied, as you like to say, in the match.
Huge moment in the game here. I think if this goes in, I feel like he's managed, 2 really holes and got himself back in the fight. Stone on one back and bring it back all tied.
Yeah, he'll come through a tough stretch from kind of 12 to here and 14. Yeah, 12, 13, 14. He will kind of manage that stretch. Even really since 8, when it became kind of back and forth.
The putts just haven't dropped for him.
That seemed to jump instantly. You'd be sickened. That's a very, very close putt. But again, we remain as we started the hole. And Colin Campbell of Warren Point Golf Club is 1 up through 14 holes. Do you think Colin's strategy changes to this? Is it a case of, right, now let's just match him as we go on through, or does he want to try and push ahead here?
I know it's an interesting one because I feel that Mark has the ability to go birdie hunting and stick it in close.
I agree.
And then Colin might be taken aback.
Colin's an aggressive player as well. Like he likes to force the issue and build that bit of a cushion, build a bit of a lead, because he's a dog when it comes to match play.
He is, but also he won 1 up in the semi-final, and the putter held the putter as was he was holding things all over the place, but he was comfortable at 1 up, so he might just match shot for shot and go. And as you said, your favourite phrase, ask the question, come get me. You try force the issue and you make the mistake.
Well, here he is now, driver in hand on the 15th hole, 4th hole, hardest hole on the golf course.
He seems to like this. This is a great hole. Kind of just narrows up and just pinches in the fairway, up around those bunkers. You can see that you can see there's a mound that kind of really kind of comes in, and if you get caught behind that, your second shot's blind. And okay, yeah, it's 422 yard par 4, playing straight into the wind. The wind's kicked back up again. We're getting little spits of rain, which is not what we need to hear from the production side whatsoever. But it's a great hole again. It asks the question of the tee shot. You either got to take it on and try to get to the narrow of the fairway there.
Over that little hill.
Yeah.
I think you could probably just see just to the right of Mark's ball. There's this little open hill. He's got to try to go over that.
Driver in hand for Mark here as well. Where the fairway narrows up is about the 277, 285 region, which is probably where these guys will be landing the balls with this wind straight into them. The wind's into a little bit off the right, but both of them happy enough. They've picked up and they're following. I think that everyone's pretty happy with the shot when the crowd just walks in front of the camera and they're just like, oh, gotta get to the next ball, gotta get to the next shot.
Yeah.
And it's brilliant. Like, I know we've kind of harped on about it a couple of times when we spoke about it, but you can really just see it there on the camera at the moment. Is just the amount of people who are walking alongside this championship and just following this championship group. It's great to see. It's great to see on camera just how well supported Irish golf really is.
Yeah, and I think it's getting the nitty gritty, the tight in now coming into the last couple of holes, and whether it's held off, and mistakes are going to be doubly costly here, and that's just the way it's going to go. Again, another risk reward hole with this driver. Absolutely fantastic. You got to take on that hill. Can you get over it, or do you bet out left and then you're toying up with some bunkers that could really catch you up? Neither player been in a lot of bunkers today.
Have we? I don't think we've been in a single bunker today.
So I was just thinking.
Huh?
No, okay, there's not.
No, that's the curse there.
Yeah, but
that's commentator's curse right there.
Fine, I'm not playing. There's not millions of bunkers on this course, but they're very strategic. So for them to avoid it has been pretty good.
Very true, very true. What I do find interesting, you talk about this hole being a risk reward hole. 46% of players in the stroke play qualifying in this championship this week made bogey, and that doesn't even include bogey or worse. So it is really the type of hole that, I'm not going to say looks straightforward enough. It's not the widest of fairways. There are dunes kind of starting to come into play as we're approaching the sea. It does ask the questions of you. Do you lay up off the tee a little more, or do you try and get to the narrow of the fairway? But even within that, there's fall-offs left. There's pot bunker right of this green. At some point on this hole, you have to hit a very, very good golf shot, whether it's off the tee to put yourself into position to hit a good approach, or if you're laying back a little bit, you have to hit a very good long iron into this green and make sure you hold it. The 15th hole, again with this pin, it's 13 on from the front, 8 in from the left. Actually, I've just seen it here. My pin positions are from yesterday, so that's devastating. Because I was like, that doesn't look 13 on from the front at all. There you go. Every day's a school day. It's a back pin. It's actually what it is.
Who's going to go first? Mark has his ball in the rough on an upslope, and on the right hand side of the fairway, and then Colm
Campbell's first to go here.
Okay, so Colm is left hand side of the fairway, so he has an angle in for this green.
It's got a much nicer lie as well than what.
Probably about 175.
A smooth 8 iron, maybe 7 iron with this wind. Can't see where the final position that ball is.
but
No applause either, so
yeah,
it's
no.
hard to see.
I do get the sense that maybe this crowd might be rooting a little bit for Mark Connolly, for the young man. But this is a tough lie here now. That mound just in front of Mark's ball will come into play a little bit. He's going to need to get the ball up in the air pretty fast. And that's a great golf shot. It's just kind of pushing left a little bit. No, that is an unbelievable golf shot. Brilliant golf shot. He's in the back right of the green, probably about 20 foot from the flag, but that was a fantastic golf shot. Played a little fade into that, held it up into the wind, and it held onto the back right hand side of that green in a really, really interesting and very impressive shot. We're talking about the maturity of it. Very easily could have got kind of just beaten down a little bit by getting another tough lie and just being in the rough when his playing partner was in decent enough position. But he did very well. And again, like just time and time again, I'm finding that Mark Cadden is putting himself in really, really good positions to ask questions of Colin Campbell and just be like, all right, like, yeah, you've won up, fair enough, but you're now going to have to get up and down for par here. I've got a look for birdie. He's doing all the right things. Really.
He is. He's putting the pressure on Colin, and he's hitting the right shots. He's making Colin really have to golf his golf ball, which is what he needs to do coming into these last couple of holes.
He is at some point gonna have to try and I don't want to say force the issue, but like apply a bit more pressure. He's gonna have to go for birdie and maybe go for broke. We're on 15 green here now. 16's a par 3. It's a long par 3 as well from the championship tees. 17 is very tough hole. Big dog leg left to right to a very high elevated green. And then 18th hole, final hole of the championship is always tough. Doesn't matter when it is.
Yeah.
So this really seems like the best chance he has, particularly with Colin Campbell being up on the right hand side. He missed the green to the right hand side, so he's got a very tough little chip.
I think
that mound there.
He might put this again. I think it might come off too fast if he goes to the wedge, Johnny. I think he might have to use he's very far out though as well.
I can't see him using putter in this position at all.
Trying to get this ball to stop would be a miracle.
That's it. Yeah, like he's
where does he pitch this shot? Because does he just try hit the green and let it run? Does he try kill it near the pin? If he uses the bank,
you can see it there. So I think he's going to try and play this pretty low.
Will he use the bank and run it down?
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm doing. It's 6 handicap over here. Yeah. I think that's what he has to do. That's come out so hot. That's coming. Oh, if that even holds on to the green now, he's done well.
Yeah, it's
okay.
Stuffed. That's he might have opened the door here.
Yeah. I don't know if maybe he just kind of thinned that one a little bit, or if the lie was particularly bad, but that was uncharacteristic, I think, of Colin Campbell. Mark Cadden now here again. He's just got a little bit more of a weight as Colin Campbell is. It's still out. This time now long range putt for his par. He's pretty much up on that same bank, so he doesn't need to play up that ridge too much. He has to play across it a bit. So you can see he's gesturing to his caddy. He sees it kind of moving from his left to right. So there is a little bit of an incline there, about where he's just there as he's walking back towards the ball.
Colin Campbell now for his par on the 15th hole. He's currently 1 up over Mark Cadden. That one did not quite drop for him. I would imagine the bogey has been conceded. Still no. Okay, so he is far from in the hole right now. Mark Cadden with a I'll call it 20 foot, 25 foot. No, that's probably a bit too much. 15 foot for his birdie. But, you know, he had to. He'll take 2. The friendliness has gone out the window.
Yeah, no, I think that's perfectly understandable and acceptable.
Of course.
I think it becomes cutthroat now.
Yeah, well...
You finish everything.
100%, yeah. So, Colin Campbell for his 5. He is 1 up, so he needs to make this and he needs to see something go awry for Mark to remain 1 up. But you can just see the frustration on his face there.
I don't think Mark can afford to not drop this in. I mean, I know he has the holes coming up, but it would be a huge blow to the confidence after the last couple of putts just not dropping.
I think there's also something to be said. Would you want to be teeing off first going into these last 3 holes?
Yeah, you back your game. Yeah, you would.
And so I agree. So I think you would want to be the one to kind of be dictating also pace of play. You want to be dictating just that's pretty much the pace of the match and the flow of it really. All these dark arts. There we go. And the match has moved back to all square as we move on to the par 3 16th hole called Knocknarea. No guesses why it might be called Knocknarea. 7th hardest hole on the golf course this week. 52% of players finished over par on this par 3. Average scoring was 3.5. As our 2 championship contenders are up on this tee box. Lovely elevated tee box. You can see the beach in the back corner there on the right hand side. It's a small green. It probably feels more like a small green. It's actually quite a big green. I'm getting lots of these terrible. I'm just between the pin positions and then calling a big green like the one here in 16 a small green. David Dunham's going to turn around and be like, "Here, Johnny, I think you need to play this golf course at least once before you can start calling the greens small."
You're getting nervous, man. It's the last couple of holes. You're feeling the pressure.
That's it.
You know,
it's championship for everyone.
Yeah, like it's the last par 3 we've got today. Arguably, probably the toughest. It's definitely the longest.
Yeah. Getting the golf ball back to this pin with this wind. Again, the wind's continuing to pick up, so it's directly off the right hand side. Mark Cadden has hit his iron. And it's there, middle of
the green, sorry.
Geez, we're both at it.
Yeah.
Middle of the green, good safe shot, I get. But this is what I'm talking about. Like, is now the time to be playing these safe shots? Par 3 is, definitely.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's just won that hole. Let's just settle things down again. I mean, what is Colin's reaction to losing a hole? You know, does he go for something here? Like, so I think it's the smart play by Mark just to stick it right in the middle.
Yep. ...210 yards plus the wind. Playing probably the guts of 230.
Yeah,
220 maybe, 220 at least.
220 plus, yeah.
Yeah. Again, iron in hand. These guys just hit such a good golf ball. It's the 4 called. On the left hand side, but yeah. Okay. advantage continues to be with Mark Haddon, you have to say.
Yeah. Yeah, advantage. He's on the green. He's given himself a good birdie putt. But put something in really close just to put the pressure back on him. He's still going to be calm to play first. He just needs a really good little chip shot.
Yeah, and that's kind of been a common trend for him throughout the day, where he has been away first on a lot of the holes, particularly kind of early on. I think when he was scrambling and saving his pars regularly. He then had that kind of purple patch in the middle of the. He had the purple patch in the middle of the middle of the 18 there. And it seems that its momentum has just flowed back a little bit toward Mark, which is, these things happen, and that's the way that the championships run, and it's like anything, like in the football we watched recently. Each team kind of has their hot 15-20 minutes, and in golf it's just each player can naturally. These are sprints. It's been a 36-hole day for them as well. You have these stretches of 4, 5, 6 holes where you really feel like you're the one in the ascendancy.
Yeah, do you feel that?
I feel like it certainly moved back and forth for them. Like, I feel like Mark got off to a steady start, and Colm was scrambling. He was scrambling for his pars to have the holes. That middle section, the middle 6. Those middle 6 holes.
Yeah,
they then kind of swayed back into Colm's favour.
You wonder about Colin. He's had those 2 holes he probably should have won. Now he's lost one. It's you wonder, does he feel now he's back, slumped back, and he's not getting it? Does he start to regret, those 2, and start to feel he's got to push something?
So again, we were talking about this golf course and its design. These runoffs are severe, and I would not want to be on the receiving end of them, but they are beautiful.
Yeah.
I really like the design of them.
I think your short game has to be spot on to be playing well here. But it's the beauty of the runoff, how the grass, how the slopes down is just absolutely beautiful. So, is this does he need a really good chip here to get momentum going again? He doesn't need to hold it, doesn't need to stick it to a foot, but he can't leave himself with a huge push. Does he just, because he has those 2 he's missed before, and then he loses a hole. Does he need something to get the energy going again?
Yeah, he needs to walk away from this hole with par. Because listen, I mean, if Mark drains that long range birdie putt, what are you going to do? He drained a big one. You can't do anything more about that. But if you give him the chance to win this with par, he will feel like this is another one that he's let away, and that's not what you wanted to do. That was a really aggressive play, really aggressive shot. And listen, if it stopped dead on its second bounce, then he looks like a genius, and that's brilliant. But that was a very aggressive play. Whereas realistically now, statistically, you got to look at it, and you got to say 2 putts are going to win this hole. Like we're saying, scoring average for this hole on the championship has been 3.5. 52% of players finish this hole over par. If Mark can get away with this hole 2-putt par, he's really asking the question, and statistically he's going to win this hole if he makes it par.
Very fast on the putt back. Left it a little short. It's not a bad.
That's not in either, though.
It's not in. I think That was very, very quick. He didn't go through his full process there. So is that nerves? It's very hard to tell.
I just got a text message from Hugh Foley, former West of Ireland Amateur Open champion and very good amateur golfer, and he said Mark's secret is playing with Hugh every week for the last 2 months. So that's it.
So if you want to be in the final of the West, you just gotta.
Well, I mean, play with the former winner of the West is definitely
As much
one
as
way
possible,
to go well in it. Good to see that. There's a good few people watching. Don't know where in the world Hugh might be watching from. What tour event he's at, or where he is. He's going to text back and be like, Clontarf.
Well, apparently it's been 18 degrees all morning in Dublin and absolutely beautiful.
That one just skims by.
Just burnt the edge.
And so, there we go. That's what I was saying. Like,
you need, if he makes that, it's a different
you'll be kicking yourself for that one. Really, I would say. That's one that I admire him being so aggressive at it and playing the high stakes shot, but high risk, high reward.
Yeah, like this has to go in if and 2 holes to go after this.
And a big swing for Mark as well.
Yeah.
Having Column letting him off the hook on twice to then him coming back, and there he goes.
Good few cheers there for Mark.
Yeah,
taking the lead.
Like we're saying, I think maybe there might be a little bias or favoritism going on in the crowd, but that's all right. That's allowed. Gorgeous shot there of Ben Bowman in the background, and the wispy grass here at Ross's Point. See, this is the artsy stuff and the lovely stuff that we can get when it isn't raining sideways and gale force winds. If you stuck with us during that tough weather period, I really appreciate it, because I say that as the camera now goes jerky.
Yeah.
But if you stuck with us through that period, we appreciate it.
If you get a message to wipe the camera lens, we had 3 cameras. We were wiping them all the time. It wasn't. We couldn't wipe it as fast as the water was getting on it.
Mother Nature moves faster than we do, unfortunately. Hugh Foley, he's in Italy.
Oh, very nice. So he was have some pasta and a Peroni. Watching his buddy.
So big swing, big swing in momentum there in this championship. Colin Campbell goes from 1 up and a serious potential of going 2, possibly even 3 up, just after the turn, to now 1 down to Mark Cadden, the young man playing from Roganstown Golf Club.
So, on the 17th tee.
We are indeed. 17.
They say there is another kind of dog leg. It's like a dog leg left.
It is, and it's up to a very elevated green. So you see where the landing zone on the fairway is, kind of around the 260, 270 mark. That fairway has been cut out a bit more, just over to here, to allow for more players to not bail out, but to miss the or finish the ball on the right hand side of this fairway, to just give them a straight shoot up to this green. Whereas previously, what some players would be doing is playing hidden up onto that mound on their left hand side of the hole, and then just kind of 50-50, see what happens, and then going at the green.
Yeah, you wonder now what decision the lads will make on this.
Well, again, we're playing straight into the wind, so I imagine it's going to take trying to get up on top of that corner out of play entirely. It didn't seem like Mark Cadden did that with his tee shot.
No, I think he would play it completely safe now. 1 up, 2 play.
Colin Campbell drivers away. Yeah, that's out there toward the right hand side of the fairway, I'm pretty sure. So exactly where we were saying. And
That's a lovely shot there. Fair play, cameraman Aaron.
art. So 2 holes left, or 1.5 holes left here at the Connolly Motor Group West of Ireland Amateur Open Championship. Mark Haddon of Roganstown, the 19-year-old teenager, is one up over the seasoned veteran that is Colin Campbell of Warren Point Golf Club. This is one of the few championships that has evaded Colin in his amateur career, and unless he can do something over the next hole and a half, that might continue to be the case going into 2027's iteration of the championship.
Still anything can happen. I know there's 2 holes to go, but there's still a lot of golf. There's still 7 swings to put on the ball.
Yeah,
really,
of course.
you know, and it's those greens are tricky as well.
Of course, yeah. No, I'm not wishing anything on either of them.
You just want the drama.
I'm just here for the entertainment. And obviously, by the way, we were wrong as to where at least one of the golf balls finished. I think it might be Colin Campbell, because he was walking with a little bit of frustration in his step, but he still has a driver in hand. So I do feel like he might have finished the tee shot on the left hand side of this fairway, right behind that big mound, which leaves him a very blind second shot into the green. Very blind. What is that? An English teacher will be so disappointed in me. Very blind. It's like saying something's very unique. Unique means one of a kind. It's not a unique.
It does. Yeah. Thank you for explaining that to me.
I'm just listing off all these things I just get incorrect all the time.
Speaking of unique, there's a unique shot. Look at that. That's absolutely beautiful.
It is, of course. Yeah, so I think that is, Colin Campbell's making his way down into that valley of sin.
What do they call this stretch? They stretch of holes.
This is the Holy Trail. So
the Holy Trail.
So this is Ireland's glorious Amen Corner, basically. The heavenly holes of this is 9, 10, 11. Sorry, this is where it's way beyond those holes. Let's get back to focusing, Johnny. Focus up. You're incorrect. Mark Haddon's in this, and
both players are in there.
There's
2 balls in there, Johnny.
Are they plugged, or are they just in horrendous little locations? Obviously worth remembering, everyone, that if Mark wins this hole here, if Mark wins it on this, he wins the whole championship. So this is an incredibly important hole.
It does look like Mark's ball is in the muck. It's a line, but there's no grass underneath it. And Columns is the one that's on the grass, not plugged though.
Okay.
So interesting. We could have a swing here if this could be the match.
Exactly. This could be the championship right here. This is now nerve-wracking. So a couple of swings away for Mark. After getting through the whole, taking the unplayable situation, coming out and having that hole, going through that process again, and not getting rattled by it, I'm sure he's well aware of what's on the line here for this hole. Winning this hole is massive for him. Even tying this hole, keeping the dream alive, and just making that extra bit harder for Colin to do something miraculous. Mark doesn't want to take on more than he can chew here.
No, he has to be still very smart in what he does. I mean, Colin says come and get him, you know.
Exactly. Just a reminder for everyone watching that Mark Haddon of Roganstown is 1 up here on the 17th hole over Colin Campbell of Warren Point. Both golfers' tee shots are here in this gully. They're playing left up over this mound,
up to a very elevated green. That was a great shot.
Out of that muck, not a nice
Very,
line
very
at
good.
all.
Okay, Colum's turn.
Not a great stance over that ball.
No, and I think the risk with this is just because he's on the side slope, ball's below his feet. The big risk is that he could really lose this off to the right hand side. Although the lie didn't seem very good for Mark, he did have a flat stance. So Colum's just picking his line, just trying to see where exactly he needs to start this ball. It's getting tense. It is.
Yeah, you can feel a little bit of nerves now. Grumbling amongst people out there.
Yeah.
I don't think either of them reckon they would have been in those lies on the 17th.
I'm sure there are one or two lads looking over and I've been there. Get up and down from there, no bother.
Definitely some lads watching here were like, I'm always in there.
I made that mud pile.
Especially because the members would be off closer tees than the lads hitting off the back championship tees.
Yeah. Okay. So, Colin was really surveyed pretty much every angle of this. The biggest thing here now is just kind of picking his target, picking his line, and committing to it. And then, yeah, it's... People told him, yeah, good shot.
I have to say,
positive response from the crowd, but he's just...
Both of them well out from there.
Really good.
That was, you would have hated to have seen a loss or one hole because of the both of them being in there.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
And on we march.
It's a muddy old lie. It's not a nice lie that Mark hadn't had there at all, but fair play to him. Very, very good shot. And then again, the stance, as you can see there, Michael, for Colin Campbell. Tricky old stance.
Yeah, tricky old stance.
So the 17th hole, kind of regarded as the signature hole here at County Sligo Golf Club. It's has a naturally built-in amphitheatre. Naturally built-in amphitheatre green, as the dunes surrounded on three sides. And if this is where the championship ends, brilliant location, brilliant landscape for the championship to be decided. But we're far from over yet. The Connolly Motor Group West of Ireland Amateur Open Championship is not done yet. Colin Campbell, middle of the fairway, probably about 50 yards short. Mark Cadden, about another 50 yards back of Colin, playing from the right hand side. You can see there on the left hand side of your screen, Mark Cadden hitting in from, and that's a great shot in. And there you can see the ball on the green, just about 10 to 15 foot short of the green, or the flag, apologies. Very good shot there from Mark Hadden. And again, because it's an elevation, it's a climb for Colin Campbell. He's got to just... It'd be tricky to try and get the ball inside of where Mark says. I mean, it's an elevated green, it's a bit of a climb. I'm sure the ball probably looks a lot closer to Colin than it is. So he has to be aggressive, but can't afford to be too aggressive. But that's going straight at it, just beyond the flag.
Oh, super shot.
And it's
come back a little bit. That's a lovely golf shot.
Yeah, very good response. Especially when he needed it.
Christian, I think your bag is covering the length of it.
As another very cool golf hole. Like
It's a great hole, isn't it?
Like each hole, I'm like, oh, that would be so much fun to play. That would be so much fun to play.
You can see why it's regarded as kind of County Sligo's signature hole on the course.
Yeah.
It's really nice.
Then again, the one with the new green with the lighthouse in the distance, that could sneak that.
It was a pretty hole, isn't it? Lovely approach into that green.
I think 12. You could argue 12 is their new.
12 might be my favourite.
But also could be their new signature hole. You know, it's.
Yeah. So here we go. We're talking about match play situations. This is one right here. Both players with their par attempts. This is a par 4, obviously with where both players were after their tee shots laid up short of the green. Both of them on the green in 3. Colin Campbell hitting that Roy McIlroy playoff type of shot, just hitting that one in a little bit closer than what Mark Haddon did. But Mark won up for the championship. He's first to go. Again, it's nice, maybe go first. Like draining it would just be a great way to possibly win the championship, depending upon what his opponent is going to do. But
you can just see Colin's marker just there, just that little bit closer as well. So, I mean, this goes in. You hear a roar for definite if this goes in.
Oh, it's just low and short.
I didn't see it moving that way,
No.
Johnny. I did not see it at the last second, just popping in the other side.
Well, here we go. Colin Campbell with, call it what, 6-7 feet?
Yeah, 6 or 7, I guess.
6-7, as the kids say.
Yeah.
Feet for his par to win the 17th hole and to get the match back to all square in the Connolly Motor Group West of Ireland Amateur Open Championship. And he's drained it. There we go. The match is back to all square clutch. The putter
tied, going up 18.
The putter evaded him a little bit in that middle stretch of holes, that middle third of holes. But it has come in clutch again here on the 17th.
I think that was
a massive putt.
I think the approach shot can't be underestimated. That's the height of pressure.
That's it.
Mark's in a really good spot, very good effort in, hits it first, and then to get up and down from there with a great approach shot and then drain that putt in for bird. That took stones.
Yeah, it was class.
It means we're grandstand finish. Up 18, all tied. More people are out now than there was before.
No, it was a clutch putt.
Yeah, super clutch putt.
So
it's your car and it's your camera. So settle down. Stay there.
Okay, so that was Colin Campbell's tee shot away there. Wind really gusting up now into and off the right. And Mark Haddon has lost that out to the right. Big forecall shouted. Seems to have been found. We'll be back with this final drama on this 18th hole from the West of Ireland Amateur Open Championships just after this.
Coverage of the 2026 Connolly Motor Group West of Ireland Amateur Open Championship is brought to you by the Bogeymen.
If you call a car Grandland, you make it grand. You design an electric logo. A super long battery range. And 50,000 intelligent LEDs. It's grand. Sure is.
New Opel Grandland. Available in hybrid and electric. Go Grand.
Electricity man.
Some people think Liam is a gas man.
But I'm not.
Electricity?
Yes, we're called Flow Gas, but we do electricity too. The gas part about it is that the gas part of Flow Gas is only part of it.
Not the gas man.
He says the gas part is only part of it.
Well, that's gas.
No, it's electricity. Take it.
Go on.
When you think electricity, think Flow Gas. Switch now at flowgas.ie.
So they know my sweet baby loves me so. She got me going, yeah, she turns me on. She loves me, yeah, she loves me, and it blows my mind. Yeah, it blows my mind. She's my lover.
Coverage of the 2026 Connolly Motor Group West of Ireland Amateur Open Championship is brought to you by the Bogeymen.
Okay, so Mark Haddon out on the right hand side of the hole, first to play. Colin Campbell's here in the middle of the fairway, just waiting for his playing partner to go first. First to go here. His tee shot was blown out to the right hand side. Thankfully avoided any of the spectators, but he's got a longer approach up to the screen. His shots away.
And it's just come with a very good golf shot there. Colm Campbell here now with his approach in. He's got 153 yards to the flag. It's straight into the wind off the right hand side. This is a huge shot for him now. He's well aware of what's at stake. He's never won the Connolly Motor Group West of Ireland. He knows he's potentially a couple of swings away. It's a very good shot from his opponent. It's a very, very solid shot. So now Colm just needs to do what he can. It's a good shot. He's looking it up and down. It's a good shot. Centre of the green. It's now a putting contest. This is just a putting contest between himself and Mark Cadden. It's been nip-tuck all the way through the 18 holes, and it has continued to be so all the way down this last hole. Both players have good and long enough range birdie looks. Colm Campbell is making his way up. Sorry.
Lovely approach shot there. Like there was a lot of noise going around that. Obviously, Colm in the middle of the green. There's a bit of a discussion on wind, but it was a lovely draw into that middle of the green.
Yeah, it's a very good approach shot, especially considering the fact that the pin's tucked in on the right hand side. It's a very tough pin to try and get very close to, especially with this wind, like we're saying, coming in off the right. You can either try and hit a fade into and off the right, or let it ride along the wind with a draw. But it's a tough flag to try and get to. Two great shots here now from players. It's going to be Mark Cadden first to play.
You can see green completely surrounded now. A lot of people come out from the clubhouse to watch these final couple of holes.
So Mark Cadden.
Long enough putted. It's longer than it looks on screen there.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to fall from his right to left initially, but then it started to come back left to right toward the hole. That's a great putt.
Lovely putt.
I don't know necessarily if we're going to be conceding those on the. Oh, he is. The friendly concessions continue.
Get a round of applause there. Colm give that concession. It was a good sportsmanship, I'd say, from the patrons. That's just classy.
So we know what's going to happen here. Colm Campbell needs to make this to win the Connolly Motors West of Ireland Amateur Open Championship, or we're going to a playoff. We're going to extra holes. Classic Irish Amateur Championships. We love a playoff, don't we? You can see the hole there. It's a lovely, lovely shot. He's missed it low. And that putt has also been conceded, and so after 18 holes of regulation, we remain
all square. We're tied.
Deadlocked.
Depending on who you talk to. We go extra holes. Extra holes, i.e. I'm going to assume we'll go up one, and then maybe we should just talk to someone in an official capacity.
We're going to extra time, that's all I know.
And we'll come back to you.
Hopefully penalties.
Players will probably have to go through scoring first and go through that. Or are we just going straight into it? Yeah. Whilst we're doing that, whilst we're waiting to see what the format of the playoff is, we spoke with the lady captain of County Sligo Golf Club about this big week that the club is hosting. John Flanagan, lady captain here for County Sligo Golf Club for the year, but also for the 2026 Connolly Motor Group West of Ireland Amateur Championship. How has the week been so far?
A great week, great West week with all the fun and the challenges that a West week gives us from the weather, particularly. But we're coping with it and getting on with it, and it's great.
You mentioned there the weather. It has had a very big role to play in the championship. Obviously, round 2 getting cancelled because of the Storm David. He's had a role to play. What's the weather looking like now for the final round?
It's a little bit breezy. I hear there's a rain forecast for the actual final. But look, that's something that the lads who've got this far are well used to. They've managed to play in the wind and the rain, so I think they'll be quite happy to manage that again if they're in the final.
There's been good local representation in the championship so far. How great has it been to see a lot of the young faces, but also a lot of the kind of familiar faces from the club representing and doing so well?
Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Obviously, I've an interest in it with my own son managing to get through the qualifier. But I think, we had quite a few in the pre-qualifier, which has brought a great dimension to the West over the last number of years. And then in the actual qualifier, David Brady this year unfortunately lost out. As you remember previously last year, he came through the pre-qualifier and got right through. So it's great to see all these faces. Aegon, we lost him yesterday, but look, that's golf and that's the West.
For people that may not know County Sligo Golf Club and the course itself, is there one attribute of a golf game that this course really is going to test?
Your ability to play in the wind. I think that's really important. You've got to at least try and read it and just be ready for it.
Lovely stuff. Listen, thank you very much and thank you for your time. Okay, so apologies about that. We just missed both players. They didn't go through scoring or anything. We went straight into the playoff. And just a reminder as to what the first hole here at County Sligo Golf Club plays like. Again, we did these drone flyovers a while ago. Yeah, and so as you can see there, lovely and sunny day as the players are going to make their way up the hole. So we got rounds of applause from both players as their tee shots went off there. So as you can see, scores of people are making their way up this first hole, 19th hole of the championship, first hole of this playoff. Both players with you can tell the difference in the wind direction anyway. Both players carrying both bunkers off of their tee shots with this time in the playoff. If you remember from
Those few hours ago, during the very first tee shots of the day, their tee balls finished between the two bunkers on the right-hand side. They are in a completely different part of the hole now at this point, all the way up beyond the second bunker. One player far left-hand side of the fairway, the other on the far right-hand side. The social golf is well and truly over now.
I think it's the extra adrenaline and the lack of wind. That was a couple of hours ago that makes a big difference.
For the international viewers, I guess people that wouldn't have watched or played a lot of Irish golf, that's just a great indicator of just how big a difference and how big of an impact the wind has on these golf courses, but also on these championships. We're talking maybe like 70, 80 yards?
Definitely 50, yeah.
So we're as is always the case when we get into playoffs. We were saying Golf Ireland loves the playoff. We're scrambling a little bit to get into positions ourselves. It actually looks like Mark Cadden is going to be the first to play. Both players just getting their yardages here, dialing in. I'm not sure in this situation if you would want to be the one to go out first. I always would. I personally am always like, if I think I'm out, I'm out. I'm going to go first. Put in or hitting the approach shot in. So it is going to be Mark to play first. Here he is here. So you can see he's on the right hand side of the fairway. He's probably got about 90 or so, 100 to the middle of the green. Muted or polite applause there from the spectators. He doesn't seem too thrilled with himself. Con Campbell with essentially 95 odd yards.
Maybe 90 yards in.
Yeah.
Muted reaction there to Mark's shot. So deep discussion with his caddy there, Colin.
He's on a little bit of a launch pad. It seems like. I think the fear would be that maybe we could jump up a little bit high on him. With the wind kind of coming off, helping off the right hand side, that may not necessarily be what he wants. You see a little punch shot up there. Silence though from the
Colin Campbell tidies up for his par. And we are going to another playoff hole. So you haven't missed any action, guys. We will get it back as soon as possible for you.
Sorry, we just lost Stalin.
Continue on Aaron. Even if you go to the tee box.
So as lads make their way over to the next playoff hole. A little bit of time, so 2 pars there each. And
Apologies for that, guys. Sorry, the connectivity issues. That was very very random one there on that. Apologies for that, but we are back. There has been no change after the first playoff hole. The hole was tied in pars for both players. We are now moving on to the second hole, and the second hole of the playoff. Apologies for missing those shots, but you actually haven't missed anything in the actual overall championship.
Yeah, exactly.
It is as we were 45 seconds to a minute ago.
It was. So both putts just kind of left it a little bit short and backed in for par. So they are going to the second hole. So
yeah, again, guys, sorry about that one. Don't really know what happened there.
So again, we're just looking up here. So they're probably 3 to 3 yards. Second hole all uphill, so it's going to play a little bit longer than that. Just have to avoid bunker on the left hand side and ideally not get caught on the top of the ridge, kind of around
around that wall on the right.
Yeah, 250. So as we said when we were as earlier on, the wall on the right will block you out. So anything left, as long as it doesn't catch that bunker, will be a good shot.
And if you remember, so Colin Campbell here taking driving iron off the tee box. They did the same thing in regulation. Both players just took driving irons. Same strategy again. Nothing has changed.
Same MO.
Same.
Colin with an early tee pickup as well, which means he was quite happy.
Good to see.
A little bit more. I think there's a bit more adrenaline in. I think they're going to balls going to fly that little bit further.
That plus the change in wind direction certainly helps. Mark Haddon now with his tee shot on the second playoff hole. And again, yeah, they both seem pretty happy with that. And there you can see the beautiful Ross's Point there in the camera shot. And you can also unfortunately see the weather that's coming in as well from the distance. So it'd be great if the lads kind of wrap this up.
I think we don't want to start messing with weather again and cameras, but it's tight. Neither player given an inch here.
Given no quarter. No, absolutely not. But 2 good tee shots there from both players. 18 holes could not separate them. So
they just love Sligo so much they just want to keep playing. Haven't played enough golf.
Yeah, the 36 holes wasn't enough today. So you can see there the crowd's continuing to follow this as the final group or the championship group parred the hole. I saw 5 or 6, maybe a bit more than that, half a dozen people or so turn around and walk back to the clubhouse. I was like, let's go watch this on the telly on YouTube. Not walking up that hill again. I've already done that once.
Someone asked us, did the batteries die? Not quite what we're working with here. Yeah, it's a little more complicated than batteries, but we have it back working for everyone.
Yeah, listen, it's a fluid situation here, you know.
Yeah.
We are literally on the edge of Ireland.
Yeah,
But the playoff continues. The Connolly Motor Group West of Ireland Amateur Open Championship is going to a second playoff hole. Both players, again, as they did in regulation play, going up the left-hand side of this hole. Both of them just kind of in the first cut or so. This is flick wedge territory for both players. So it looks like first to play here is going to be, I think it's going to be Colin. It is, it's definitely going to be Colin first to play. The wind is picking up. Again, coming, it's shifted a little bit now, it's no longer out of the right. I mean, not as much out of the right, more or less it's straight down. But they're playing it back across this hole, so the wind is going to be coming in from the right hand side, or helping from the right hand side.
Mm.
So he's obviously just got a little wedge in his hand. We're starting to feel a few drops of rain come in. And this might be a heavy shower. And yeah, polite applause.
Polite applause, not huge applause. It's trying to read this crowd is the hardest crowd I've ever had to read.
Yeah.
Like, unless it's in the hole, they're not really.
Mark Cadden next to play here. He was maybe 5 yards forward from where Colin was. Again, just a little flick wedge. And that's getting a bigger applause, but again, polite, nothing too loud, nothing too deafening. Tension here has really begun to build a lot more now. Like it's silent on the golf course. There's no one is saying a word. It's just us, which makes it a little bit awkward when someone turns around and just looks at you and be like, what are you doing?
Yeah, the big mics really don't give it away, does it? And the big studio we have on wheels here.
No, but
hope neither of these lads are driving home. Do you know what I mean? They'd be very tired after one is done that. They'd jump in a car.
Great for the steps though. Great for the step count. So, first to play looks to be Colin Campbell again. The Warren Point man has been first to play pretty much. I don't want to say every hole, but he's been away first from most holes, and he's continuing that trend today. So yeah, it will be Colin Campbell first to go.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Colin.
Okay, Colm first to play. He's got about 15 foot. It's going to be coming in from the right hand side. Fall in toward the hole. He's just come up a little bit short. And not conceded from Mark Cadden. We're waiting now, so Mark Cadden on the second playoff hole at the Connolly Motors West of Ireland Amateur Open Championship with a birdie putt has the opportunity to win his first Irish Men's Championship at the age of 19. The young man from Roganstown. And he does it. Mark Cadden has added his name to the history books, besting an Irish veteran of amateur golf. The young man from Roganstown has gone on to do brilliant stuff. 2 years in a row, a teenager has won the Connolly Motors Group West of Ireland Amateur Open Championship. He's doing a quick interview with live interview with radio, but it took 20 holes of this final championship round. It took 38 holes on the day. He has taken down some serious names to get to this point. We spoke earlier about some of the big names in Irish amateur golf that he got through to get to this point, and he's taken down another one here today. Michael, he's been an impressive young man.
He has, and like if you're looking at it, when you're going to win a championship like this, you're going to take down the best, and he took down, 3 or 4 huge individuals, and is kind of got the hard draw. You could argue got the very hard draw all the way through. Incredibly brave. I mean, somebody looked back some of the shots that he aimed directly at pins and fired at them. Kept us cool when needed to, and when at this afternoon he was looking at a point where he was 1 down, probably should have been 2 down, should have been 3 down. He didn't thank his lucky stars. He grinded and got back. And to win it with a birdie on the second playoff hole is unbelievable.
Yep, it was very impressive. The putter decided this championship in many ways, I think. Both Colm Campbell making some clutch putts early on to stay even and stay all square with Mark.
Mm-hmm.
Mark then from that stretch from about 8 to 11. Momentum moving away from him a little bit to then him turning it around, taking the lead, and then again Colm Campbell making that clutch putt on 17 to get them again back to tied, back to all square. It continued to go on, and then a brilliant putt there for birdie. He's just there celebrating with family, hugs from family and friends. I mean, you can just see what it means, not only to him.
I think emotionally
family,
and mentally drained as well. That's a really, really exhausting 4 or 5 days of golf.
Yeah, it's a fantastic championship for him. And again, you're dead right. You can see what it means to the whole family, not just the young man for Roganstown, but is up and giving him a hug, and you can see what it means to the club.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge, and he puts his name alongside absolute legends. We've spoken this before: Shane Lowry, Rory McIlroy, Harry Diamond, Padraig Harrington. His name goes on that list with the rest of them, and that's something that can never be taken away from him. And absolutely brilliant, and definitely he was 18, maybe a couple of weeks ago.
I think a fortnight ago he was 18.
So unbelievable future, and incredible talent, and you just hope that we had 4 teenagers in the semi-finals. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it was fantastic. We're just going to go see if we can grab a quick word with them now real quick.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Don't apologise.
There's hats all over the place. Okay.
Yeah. Mark Cadden, you are the 2026 Connolly Motors West of Ireland Amateur Open champion.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thanks, man. Yeah, thank you. Has a nice ring to it.
It does.
Yeah, so delighted. Couldn't be happier. Yeah.
You went through some big names all throughout the week. You took some big scalps, and you finished it off with a big scalp today again.
Yeah. Obviously, Connolly, I knew he's such a good player. I knew this is one he wants. Obviously, he came close last year and a few years before, so I knew obviously he was going to give a tough game, and he just kept holding putts. The first 2 holes, he kept holding putts, and I just kept hitting the green, doing whatever I can. He just kept holding putts, so yeah, it was unbelievable. Yeah, I just can't put it into words.
It really was a championship, or a final round championship, decided by the putter. You kept making good putts and good pars, and kept forcing Culm to equal it. And there was that middle stretch, kind of from like 11 to 12.
Yeah, I made it hard on myself. Had a hole of kind of 3-4 footers there, and then like them last 2 putts, like 18 and the 19 to 20. I just said I knew I was due something, and finally something dropped for me. So yeah. Delighted.
Listen, you've got a trophy to go collect.
Yeah.
We're going to leave you to it. Go enjoy the celebrations. Congratulations once again.
Thanks, Amelia. Thank you.
Have a good one. Thank you very much.
Thanks, you.
Where's Michael gone? There he is. The winning caddy, exactly. Yeah, the winning caddy. That's it, guys. Thank you all so much for sticking with us for the full broadcast. It has been fantastic to have you with us. County Sligo, an incredible competition. We spoke about it previously. We've done the deep dive video into what this championship means to Irish golf, and another great winner has added his name to history. And Michael, I think we'll have to come back.
Yeah, it's just been absolutely phenomenal. It's the first time I've seen it. Obviously, I knew about the history of it, but just an absolute clash of titans.
Yeah.
And you never know, you might miss an huge history we might just crown the next Irish star. This is what this tournament's all about. We had a teenager win last year.
Yeah.
We have another teenager win. Commiserations also
to Colin Campbell.
Colin Campbell, I think, an unbelievable champion, and I think probably would tell he didn't have his A game, but he grinded so hard and came so close to that elusive West of Ireland championship that he craves. So, listen, he probably doesn't want to hear it now, but he takes the positives, and next year it could be him.
Well, you might not have to wait too long, because on the 10th of May, the Bogeymen are going live broadcasting the Flogas Irish Men's Amateur Open Championship from Seapoint Golf Links in County Louth. We're going to be there again, final round coverage, all 18 holes.
Or 20. That's it's looking out to be.
Exactly. Well, listen, we can see there's a mother of all storms coming our way. So, guys, thank you so much for watching. If you haven't already, I'm going to ask you once again, please subscribe to the Bogeymen's YouTube channel. Thank you so much to Golf Irons for supporting us throughout this season. We're looking forward to bringing this championships to as big an audience as possible. Until then, we'll see you in the next one.
Coverage of the 2026 Connolly Motor